Hello, it's Sabrina here. In today's video, we are going to continue our journey on learning Flutter. And before I start, I want to say a big thank you for anyone watching this video and subscribe my channel. And it really helped motivate me to keep going. And I recently talked with one of the subscriber, and he told me your channel really helped him to learn Flutter because he wanted to take this course, but he couldn't afford. So by watching my video, he can learn the course for free. So I'm really happy to share because I bought it anyway. I think the price for a North American standard is okay. It's still in the higher point, but it's fair because the quality is high and the creator really spend a lot of time that I highly respect. But I understand for the different parts of the world, $140 USD for one course is a lot, right? And that's why I created this channel where I share my learning progress, and you can watch and code along. And by the way, even if you paid 140 USD, what you get is the video course, and you can't really learn something by just watching the video. And the video is like 12 or 13 hours or something, but really the time of learning the whole course will be a lot longer because you need practice and learn. That is why my video is very long and can be boring, but I'm trying. From today there are some new change, and I'm going to announce. So as you can see on the screen, and here on GitHub, this is my own GitHub, and I have created a new repo for this course. I call it New Complete Flutter Course. But as I mentioned, I'm not copying other people's course. I already said this playlist follow this course, so the syllabus are very similar, but instead of going to Andrew's GitHub to fork his repo, you can fork mine if you follow my channel. This is GitHub. The reason is on each video the commit and branch that I have will be different than his. The content will be similar, but I may add something new of my own. And you can see this is course syllabus. It's the same. And in the previous video, as you can see from here, and we get 24 subscribers already, so I'm very happy with the number because this channel is intermediate level coding channel. There's like 1 hour long or 2 hour long coding, so it's not something fancy and interesting, but it's I believe it has some value where if you want to learn Flutter for intermediate, deeper level, it helps. So what I want to say is in the current progress on the playlist, I already created, at the beginning I used Andrew's GitHub and fork on my local environment, and the course was following his progress, and currently we were in video number 7, module 4. And what's the new change is you are going to fork my channel, where if you just started, currently we have 2 branch. The module 1 to 4 means it's the code that is up to module 4. Module 4 will correspond to this number. Number 1, number 2, number 3 and 4. So we up to here. And today we are going to start with module 5, state management with provider part 2. And if you just start the video, you should check to module 4, 1 to 4 are merged all together. And if next time when you are about to learn module 6, you should check out to module 5, because module 5 will have the code up to module 6. Like you want to check out to the code before the course starts, so you can code along with the video, because it's very important you do on your own, not just watching the video. And so here in my local environment, I already created module 5. I haven't started coding yet. We will make changes, but before I start, I just want to have a very quick review, like recap. And if you're already familiar with what we did before, you can skip. And by the end of the video, from today, I'm going to also have a summary for each module, so that if you want to skip, you can skip to the end, okay? So what we have done so far is the module 1, there isn't much code. Oh, sorry. Before I start, I really need to mention this. So if you are very new to Flutter, I highly recommend you go to this Flutter Code Lab. It's dismiss. So this one, it covers all the basics. It's slightly more complicated than the default counter app. You just click a button and see the number change. This one, at least there's a different layout, different navigation, and they use the provider of this created by Philip. Very good, from installing Flutter to create a basic screen into the final result. It's very good. And after this, you will have good idea about how it works, and then you can start learning this course. It's a beginner to intermediate level. Okay, so you should be able to follow if you have some basic foundation. I will add link for this into the course description. So yeah, a summary of where we were. A summary of yes, here, sorry. Yeah, this is course review. So in the module 1, we had a course overview about all the setup. We don't have any code change, but when you fork, make sure your Flutter version is the same as what you've forked. So if you have updated higher, you watch the video in the future, you may want to change the version and make sure all the package also the same version. That's not much, and we are not using localization in this course. So and the course, we only mentioned a little bit about the design principle stuff, but this course is not focused on the UI. It's more into the code structure, app architecture, state management, and especially with Riverpod and testing. It's all very important topics. So number 2, we talk about navigation with 𝐜𝐤𝐿, and the starter project use the Flutter navigator. So we changed with 𝐜𝐤𝐿, and the code is quite simple. If all the code change is in the routing folder, that's what we did on module 2. So it's not to memorize the code, but 2 things are very important to understand. One is why we are using the package to do the navigation. The reason is, one, it can capture capture all the logic into one file, easier to manage. And second most important reason is for the web routing, where you want to see the parameter change, and if you refresh, you want to stay in the page, not always go to the home page. That's the main concept about this one. And then module 3, again, there isn't much code. We talked about this Flutter app architecture, which you can also get from this which one? This one, yeah, from this article. So we have presentation layer, application layer, domain layer, and data layer. But what I want to say is each project name is different, and this is Andrew's name. So you may see other projects, they may call the domain as something as logic, right? And they may call it as data model class. Application layer, some people may not call it as application. They can directly call it, controller and service. It can be, the name can be mixed. Some people call service class as controller too. And so the name is different, but you need to remember in this course. And if you see the good example from the app structure, very important. Each one we use feature, and we discussed about feature first versus layout first, and we should use the feature first. So each feature, for example, on last module 4, we worked on the product feature, which include a list of products and each individual product screen. So typically you see the data folder, which is here for the data layer, and then you see the repository data source, and this include how we get data. It may change in, and then we see the domain, which is what is our data. So our data is a product, and this class is like a data model, and we call it domain for the model. We create a model for the property of each product. And then we have presentation layer is here, and then this one has UI, but in our project the presentation also include controller. We haven't added the controller yet, but we will add in the future model. You see presentation with the controller and widget. So each page or widget may have a controller. Some don't have, some have. So it updates. The controller manages the state for the widget in the presentation layer. And for the application layer is service. So not every feature have the application. I believe in the we probably will add an application layer in today's module. But just to let you know, that's the basic structure. But because the application layer is optional, some require additional service, some don't, depending on the feature. So that's all for the overview, and let's get started with the new course. Make sure you check out module 1 to 4, and then you can code along. And after this video, the module 5 will have all the code related with module 5. So as usual, and I will use my iPad to see the video, and you can see my screen and listen to the course, because what's on the screen doesn't really have a lot stuff. it's a lot, just him talking with the code or some slide. Sometimes you may add a note to a specific code, so you are not really missing that much by just listening. It's less convenient, but it's okay, I hope. So let me go. We are in the module 5 section. I'll show you. It's here. Module 5 section intro. It's only 2 minutes, so that's what we are going to learn right now.
To this section, where we will continue to work with the Riverpod package by implementing the authentication flows so that we can use our app to sign in and sign out and keep track of the user authentication state. And we'll do this by starting from the current project, which already includes the UI that is needed for the authentication flows. So by the end of this section, we'll be able to sign in with email and password using this form. And this in turn will update the authentication state so that we are allowed to open the orders and account pages when we are signed in. And from here, we'll be able to log out and get back to the initial state. And to enable this, we will add all the logic that is needed inside the data and presentation layers inside the authentication feature. So this will be a great opportunity to learn more about Riverpod, and it will also teach us how to implement a feature that spans across different layers in our architecture, focusing on one layer at a time. In fact, as part of this, we will implement an authentication repository, which will use a reactive in-memory database to store information about the authenticated user. And for our purposes, this will be good enough for now, and we will implement a proper authentication system using Firebase in the next course. Then we'll implement the logic for signing in and signing out. And as we will see, the best place to do this will be inside some controller classes that are based on StateNotifier and live inside the presentation layer. And we'll see how these controllers allow us to manage the widget state and talk to the repositories in the data layer. Along the way, we'll learn about the difference between ref.watch, ref.read, and ref.listen using Riverpod. And we'll also learn a few more tricks about AsyncValue, including how to use guards as a better alternative to try and catch blocks. And we'll wrap things up by implementing some redirection logic using GoRouter and prevent users from opening certain pages if they are not signed in. And as part of this, we will also implement a redirect listener, since this will allow us to automatically dismiss certain pages when the authentication state changes. And as we will see, we will need to combine GoRouter with Riverpod to accomplish this. In summary, this will be the first section where we will implement a real feature in our app, and we'll use this to learn about many essential concepts about Riverpod and GoRouter. And as a heads up, in the next section, we will write automated tests that will allow us to verify that the authentication flows work correctly. Okay, so let's continue in the next lesson.
Okay, so not much. This one, notes. Yeah, you can still see it.
In this lesson, we'll start implementing a fake auth repository class, as this will define a clear interface that the rest of the app can use when it comes to authentication. So just like we have done when we have defined the fake products repository, we're going to define some methods that the rest of the app can use. But in contrast to the fake products repository that we can only use to read data, our fake auth repository will also hold some application state that we can change when we sign in or sign out. And as far as our project goes, we'll continue from where we left off in the previous section, and I already had the app running over here on the macOS simulator. So feel free to grab the starter project from the resources below if you need it. So without further ado, let's start implementing this by selecting the authentication folder, and then inside here we can add a new folder called data. And inside it we can create a new file called fakeauthrepository.dart. And inside here we can create a class fake auth repository, and then let's add some methods for signing in and signing out. So the first one will return a feature of type void, and we can call this signing with email and password, and this will take a string email and a string password as arguments. And we can mark this method as async, as we will need this later, and for now we are going to leave the empty body with just a to-do inside it. Then we can add another method which also returns a feature of type void, and we are going to call this create user with email and password. We're going to leave the empty body with just a.
So what he's talking is I'm just running the app now. So in the authentication, you open a data folder. Right now we have domain and representation. So we open a folder called data, and then inside the data you create a new file, and this is a fake auth repository. This is the app running successfully, which is good. Let me make it small. Great, just keep it running. The reason I like to use Mac OS is it's responsive and can make it small, so it's good. I didn't finish this one. Rename. So, make sure it's all small letter. Fake auth repository dart. And this one, first we create a class. The class name is usually the same as the file name, but all in capital letter. Oh my goodness. Look at that. This is a ChatGPT automatic. Not that bad. I mean, yeah, okay. We don't even need to code. So, but when I first learned programming, I'm happy there wasn't these Copilot feature yet. So I indeed typed a lot on my own, and I think it helps. We don't have social sign-in, so this one will make you lazy and less. You when you get used to it, you just keep using, and it's not a good practice sometimes. So, but I still want to keep it create easy. So this is sign in, sign up, and I think it's good name, but somehow Android use a name called create user with email and password. Okay, that's also okay. And then you have sign in, sign out. Let's keep going.
But here we can add a string, and the type of this string will be a nullable app user, like this. And this is a model class that we can import from this file. And this will be the return type of a method called altStateChanges. And for now, we are going to implement this as string.value of null. And we can add a to-do so that we can remember to update this later. And just to be clear, this string will just return a single value of null, meaning that the user is not authenticated. And just for reference, we can open the definition of the app user class. And as you can see, this is just a class with two properties called UID and email. Okay, so let's get back to our repository. And
so on the repository, he's create a string of app user. So okay, this is not bad, but his code is auth state changes to stream.value, and the default value we say as no. So because this is the course 1, and we have not connect our app with any backend service, no database. So from course 2, we will connect with a Firebase. And in Firebase, there are functions called all state changes, which return a stream. So we are just mimicking the Firebase code, and yeah, that's why.
But here we can also add a getter variable that we will use to get the current user. So this will also be a nullable app user, and we can call it current user, and it will also return null by default. And as you can see, this does not use a future or a stream, because the idea here is to obtain the current user synchronously, and this is something that we will need later on. So all we have done until now is to define a repository with some methods that are needed for authentication purposes. And while these methods are not implemented, they already define a contract for how the rest of the app can talk to this repository. And as you build your own apps and create classes in the data layer, I also recommend that you do things in this order. That is, first decide what your API should look like, and then implement your methods. And now that we have this class, we need to implement a provider so that we can access this repository. So over here, we can type provider, and then we can call this auth-repository provider, which should be a provider of type fake auth-repository. And inside it, we should return an instance of fake auth-repository. And of course, we need to import Flutter Riverpod in order to use this. And in addition to this, we will...
So we have a provider, so it's wrong. So provider, we always need to add a type. The type is fake auth repository. Then you have a list. We are not using list, but we are returning list. And here we should say it's a final. You can add type donation, but we don't have to in this case. Then the provider for list class. It's used for like dependent injection purpose.
Also need a stream provider that gives us access to this auth state changes method. So let's scroll down a bit, and here we can add a stream provider, and we can call this auth state changes provider. And the type of this stream provider will be a nullable app user. And then we can remove this async start annotation, and inside it we can type final auth repository equals to ref.watch auth repository provider, and then we can return auth repository.auth state changes. And we also want to make sure to use...
Why we have an error? Because we need to the name. What we are doing here is auth state changes provider. So for this one, I think then with a ref, and we don't have async start because we are not generating the sometimes no the stream. So this one will be all final so okay, auth repository equals with dot watch, and we watch list provider. So we use we use list provider in, and list value that returned will be list class, and then we say return auth provider dot repository dot list. So one thing is always auth list. Okay, fine. So one thing is always a bit confusing to me is this ref.watch, because I always think for the watch it means you are watching for a change, and this provider will refer to this class, which is just a class and does not have a state change. But my understanding is when in Riverpod, when you want to refer to another provider, you just use the watch. Yeah, so because if you read, it's not going to return the same. It's not going to refer properly. I still need to dig more into the provider, but so far that's the syntax. But he also mentioned don't forget the auto dispose. Close stream connection when no longer needed.
Auto dispose, so that the connection to this stream is closed when we no longer need it. So this completes the public interface for our fake auto repository, but of course we still have to implement all these methods. So let's continue on the next lesson.
Okay, next lesson will be this part. Reactive InMemoryStore. Oh, this one. Create.
In this lesson, I want to talk about creating repositories using abstract classes, which is something that is entirely optional. However, I want to cover it as it will help us see the bigger picture when working with repositories. And just to give you more context around this, we should keep in mind that here we are creating a fake auto repository, because we don't have a backend just yet. But at some point in the future, we will replace this with a real auto repository that uses Firebase under the hood. And as we will see, it would be convenient if there was a simple way to choose which repository to use based on some configuration or environment variable. So for the moment, I just want to give you a little preview of how we can do this. And the main idea here is to implement an abstract class called authRepository, which declares all the same methods that we have in the fake authRepository, including auth state changes, current user, sign in with email and password, create user with email and password, and sign out. And then we could make sure that this fake authRepository implements the authRepository. And as a result, we should also add the override annotation to all these methods, like this. And since we now have this base abstract class, we can also create a new class called Firebase authRepository, which also implements authRepository. And this class would have to implement all the methods of the base class. And then we could implement all these methods by using the Firebase auth package under the hood. And this is something that we will cover in detail in the next course about Flutter and Firebase. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that by introducing a base abstract class, then we can have multiple implementation of it, such as the Firebase authRepository and the fake authRepository. However, if we scroll down to the declaration of our provider, then here we can change the type of this provider to authRepository. And then inside the body of the provider, we can choose whether to return a concrete instance of fake authRepository or Firebase authRepository. And this can be done in many ways. For example, we could read an environment variable using this syntax and check if its value is true or false. And this is something that we can set when we compile our app using Dart define as a command line argument. And once we have this, we could use the ternary operator to choose between the fake authRepository and the Firebase authRepository. And the benefit of this is that we now have an easy way to switch between the fake authRepository and the real one without having to make any changes to the rest of the code base. In fact, we can already see that all these auth state changes provider does is to watch the authRepository provider, and then it can call the same auth state changes method because this is now defined inside the base abstract class. And at runtime, the correct repository will be chosen based on this environment variable. And this same concept applies not only to this authRepository, but also to all the other repositories in our app. However, it does mean that for every new repository that we create, we also have to create a corresponding abstract class and implement all the method overrides. And we won't really get any benefit from doing this until we implement the new repositories using Firebase. And this is something that we will only do in the next course. So for now, we're going to make our life easier and not use any abstract classes at this stage. So what I'm going to do is to undo all the changes that
Okay, did you follow? So what he means is we created this, and for the fake, this is for the next course, but I like to just, I should just click add all. I like to add all to use if it's okay, fine. So on here, what we can do, we don't need to call it a fake one. I took some screenshot. Where is it? Define. So here is something interesting that I am not familiar with. So we change this to refactor. Why it keep asking me? Anyway, I guess call auth. This one change to auth. So we don't have to call different name, but instead inside here we will just use the auth repository as abstract class. Yeah, so abstract cannot be instantialized. So what we are going to instantialize is this one. We still return the fake one, but yeah, depending on which one to do, is fake final, is fake equals screen dot. He removed the code, right? But I like to keep it, so then we know what is but what we are doing here from environment, ours are different. The environment we use is called use fake repos, and repos. And here I will leave a comment here. It said to you to use this, run the app with Flutter-Riverpod define user repo equals true. That's amazing. Great. So maybe I can make it one line only. Great. So for now, we can comment this. Like actually. Then I want the whole thing just temporary, so the function will still return the fake one. Great. So yeah, the actual code should be, if it's fake, we replace fake. Otherwise, we return the Firebase one, which will be the next course. Okay, let's go back, continue.
Made in this lesson, and get back to just having a single fake auto repository without any abstract classes. And the main takeaway of this lesson is that as long as we define clear interfaces for how different components of the app can communicate with each other, then it becomes easy to change the implementation later on without affecting the rest of the codebase. In any case, if you head over to my website, you can find this article about the repository pattern. And this explains the technique that I've just covered in more detail. And this article also explains how to write automated tests for our repositories, which is something that we will cover in more detail in the next section. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson.
Okay. Next one will be this one.
Before we can implement all the methods in this repository, we need to focus on one important requirement, and that is that we need to create a reactive in-memory store that we can use to track the authentication state changes, as this will serve as a substitute for file-based authentication or any other authentication service that you may wish to use in your app. And the main focus here is on these two words, reactive and in-memory. So what does reactive mean and why do we need it? Well, the idea here is that the authentication state of the user is something that can change over time. For example, when we first start the app, we may be signed out. And once we sign in and create an account, then we'll have a logged in user, which is identified by the UID and email. And as we know, we already have an app user class that was created for this purpose. Of course, once we are signed in, we can sign out again. And as a result, the authentication state changes again. And of course, this authentication state determines the actions that we see on the home app bar, as well as other pages in the UI. And because this state can change over time, it is best represented as a stream that we can listen to by watching a stream provider. And this is what makes our store reactive, because we need to be able to rebuild certain widgets when the authentication state changes. Next up, let's focus on the in-memory part. And like I said, we don't have a real authentication system just yet. We don't have a real authentication system just yet. In fact, we are currently in the process of creating a fake auth repository, and we'll only create a real one in the second course, where we'll integrate the client app with Firebase. So just like we have built a fake products repository in the previous sections, creating a fake auth repository will be good enough for our purposes. But as we said, we need to be able to modify the authentication state, and this needs to be held either in memory or saved locally using some local storage system. And as far as we are concerned, saving this in memory will be fine for our purposes, as long as we remember that when we rebuild or hot restart our app, then the state will be reset to the initial value. And this bears one question, and that is, how can we build a reactive in-memory store that is based on streams? And one option would be to use a stream controller, which is a class that is part of the Dart async package and lets us add values to a stream that can be listened to in our widget. However, we have two special requirements that we need to keep in mind. The first is that our output stream should support multiple listeners, and this is something that can be implemented by using the streamcontroller.broadcast API. But also, our stream should remember its last value, so that it can be returned immediately if a new widget is added as a listener. And while we could support multiple listeners by using streamcontroller.broadcast, this does not give us the ability to remember the last stream value, and it turns out that writing a custom implementation that does this is not easy. Instead, we can get everything we need out of the box by using behavior subject, which is a class that is available as part of the RxDart package. And while you could argue that it's not ideal to import an entire package just to use one class, in this case we'll make an exception and make our life easier. And now that I've given you an idea about what we are trying to do, we can continue on the next task.
So we are going to use the Redux, which has a lot of here. So he mentioned the Dart stream has some limitation. It does not support multi-listener, but we can make it broadcast. You have to always specify to be able to have multiple listener, and it should remember the last value. Then Dart stream will not do it. That's why we are using this behavior subject from Redux instead. And in my company, we use this a lot. Almost all our state is created by this package, so it's a very important package that you should you should read. So we create a subject which is like a string, and the start seeded is the initial value. Then it can listen, and it can have multi-listener. Means once the stream start, you can say .get the stream, .listen in different widget, and it's okay. That's what he means.
Where we'll implement our InMemoryStore.
And set for this one, we again no coding yet. Implement. Yeah, here's the code.
We are now ready to implement our InMemoryStore. And as we said, this will be based on RxDart. So the first thing that we need to do is to add a new dependency called RxDart.
Okay.
And once we have done this, we can open the abstract.yaml file, and we should be able to see that the package has been added here. And if you want to make sure you're running on the same version as mine, you can remove this caret, and then you can save to get the latest packages. And then we can get back to our Firebase auto repository. And if we wanted to get things up and running quickly, we could add a behavior subject directly over here. And this is something that will only compile if we import the RxDart package. However, let me point out that we will reuse our InMemoryStore for many other repositories in our app. And ideally, we don't want all repositories to depend directly on the RxDart package. For this reason, let me delete this code. And instead, what we want to do is to create a separate on the RxDart package. For this reason, let me delete this code. And instead, what we want to do is to create a separate class that will live inside the utils folder in our project. So over here, we can create a new file and call it InMemoryStore.dart. And inside, we can add a class InMemoryStore, and this class will be generic on type T, so that we can reuse it in multiple places with different types. And inside it, we can add a property, which will be a final behavior subject of type T, and we can call it subject, like this. And in order to use it, we need to import RxDart. And we also want to add a constructor so that we can initialize this property. So let me take this constructor and move it over here. And as we can see, this subject is now added as an argument directly to the constructor. However, we don't really want to pass a behavior subject as an argument every time we create an InMemoryStore, because we want behavior subject to be an implementation detail of this class and not something that needs to be passed in from the outside. Instead, I propose that we remove this argument and pass an initial value of type T to this constructor. And then we can add a column to define an initializer list. And here we can initial value of type T this class and not some.
He said we don't want to pass behavior subject as a constructor argument. The file we should use behavior subject should be in implementation detail.
Behavior subject as an argument.
So it means when we create this class, we don't want, what he means is simple. He means we don't want this class constructor, right? To be like list dot subject. Then you say, oh, final behavior subject like this. This means if we want to use this class, then it will always need to take a parameter of the behavior subject. Then you have to create a new one for each repository. Or if you want to mimic the stream of product, then you have to create this into the project. So this is not what we want. That is why we use this one. So I copy paste the whole thing, but it's not good to copy.
And every time we create an InMemoryStore, because we want behavior subject to be an implementation detail of this class and not something that needs to be passed in from the outside. Instead, I propose that we remove this argument and pass an initial value of type T to this constructor. And then we can add a column to define an initializer list. And here we can type subject equal to a behavior subject of type T. And here we can use the .seeded method to pass the initial value that comes from the constructor. So once again, what this will do is to create our behavior subject and give it the initial value that we have passed in. And if this is not 100% clear at this stage, don't worry, because it will make a lot more sense once we start using this class. And now that we have added our constructor, we need to take care of the public interface of this class, which is what we will use from the outside. And if we recall, what we said about our InMemoryStore is that it should be reactive and give us a stream that we can listen to. So our next step is to define a stream of type T, and this will be a getter called stream, and this should return subject.stream, which is a property of our behavior subject. And in addition to this, we also want to be able to read the latest value inside the stream, and we want to be able to do that synchronously. And this is where behavior subject comes really handy, because we can add a getter variable called value with type T, and this can just return subject.value like this. But getting this value is not enough, because we also want to be able to set it. And for that, we can define a custom setter, which takes a value argument of type T, and we can use this to add this value to the behavior subject. So what this will do is to take the value that is given to the setter and add it to our subject. And this will cause our stream to emit a new value if it's listened to. And we can also use this getter to access the new value synchronously. And since we are working with streams, we also need to add a method to close our behavior subject when we no longer need it. And this completes the implementation of our InMemoryStore. And I think it would be useful if we could add some documentation so that we know exactly what is the purpose of this class. So here it goes. This class is an InMemoryStore backed by behavior subject that can be used to store the data for all the fake repositories in the app. And this is the behavior subject that holds the data. This is the output stream that can be used to listen to the data. And we also need a synchronous getter for the current value, as well as a setter for updating the value. And we must not forget to call this method when we are done. And as you can see, these getters and setters are very simple, because all they do is to get and set the data by using the underlying behavior subject. But the advantage is that we can now use this InMemoryStore class inside all our repositories, while hiding away all the implementation details. And this makes it easier to move away from RxDart later on if we wanted to. And before we continue, I want to mention that in implementing this class, we have used various features of the Dart language, which you may or may not be familiar with, such as generics, initializer lists, as well as getters and setters. And if you are not familiar with these language features, you can look them up in the Dart language tour, or even take my Dart course, which covers them in great detail. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson, where we will use this InMemoryStore.
Okay, the next lesson is how to use this class, and we create it. Again, let's think more comfortably. Okay, let's continue.
Now that our fake auth repository is ready to go, we can use it to sign in and sign out by calling these methods. And if we explore the authentication feature in our project, we can see that in the presentation folder, we already have an account screen that we can use to log out, as well as an email and password sign-in screen that we can use to sign in or create an account.
Yeah.
However, these widgets are currently missing the actual authentication logic. And in fact, all we are doing in the account screen is to pop the navigator when we try to log out. And we have a to-do reminding us that we need to sign out the user. So our next goal is to connect everything together by using the user.
So, following the latest course update, your code should look like this. So something changed, okay? So on the account screen, here, line 17, this action text button. Yes, go router. Okay, that's all. It's the same for now.
So our next goal is to connect everything together by using the fake auth repository so that we can sign in or sign out and keep track of the user's authentication state with our InMemoryStore. And we'll also need to update the home app bar widget so that it uses the authentication state to build our UI rather than relying on a hard-coded user object as it does now. And out of these three features, I propose that we focus on the sign out logic first, because it is the easiest one to implement, and this will also make for a good introduction to controllers in the presentation layer, which will be based on a Riverpod class known as StateNotifier. Okay, so let's get started, and our first step is to update this callback inside the account screen so that we can sign out the user when we attempt to log out. And by the way, I also want to mention that if we scroll down, we can find this user data table widget that is used to show this data in the middle of the screen. And as we can see, at the moment, we are just hard coding a user value and using it to show.
So on the app bar, you see account. This is what we see. When we go to the account screen, close, this is title and sign log out button. So it shows it's all hard coded for now.
UI, but this is only some temporary code, and what we really want to do is to get the user from our auth repository. So we definitely need to update this code, but we will take care of this in the coming lessons, and our main focus right now is to add the code for signing out in the account screen. And since we need to access our auth repository in order to do this, then we need to convert this widget into a consumer widget that we need to import from the Riverpod package. And as usual, we can add a ref object to the build method. And then in here we can replace this to do, and instead we can type ref.read, and we can pass auth repository provider as an argument, which we also need to import. And once we have this, we can call .signout like this. And one very important thing that I want to point out is that we have not used ref.watch like we have done in many other places, because ref.watch is used when we want to watch some value and repeat our widget whenever it changes. But here we are inside a button callback, and the purpose of this callback is to do something and not to return a widget. And in this kind of scenario, we have to call ref.read and not ref.watch. And what this will do is to give us an instance of our repository so that we can call some methods on it. And since signout is an async method that returns a future, then we can await for this call to complete, and then we can pop our navigator. And with one line of code, we have satisfied our requirement to sign out the user when we trigger the logout flow from the UI. However, this code will only handle the happy path, but we also need to think about the loading and error states. In other words, it would be appropriate to check if this call succeeds or throws an error. And we may also want to show some kind of loading UI and disable this button while the signout is in progress. And this entails writing some business logic that doesn't depend on the UI and shouldn't really live on this widget class. And instead, we should find a better place for it, and that would be inside a controller class, because this will give us a better separation of concerns between business logic and UI code, which is a concept that we will continue to explore as we make progress. So for now, we can add a to-do in here to remind us to only pop if this call succeeds, and then we can continue on the next step.
Okay, so first we are going to sign out, then I wonder if there's a quick button or something to convert this into into the consumer widget, but I can't see it. It's okay. Consumer widget. So then we need to import. Oh, sorry. And we need to import the Riverpod package, and then we have to key here into the widget.ref. So with this ref, we can refer to any provider that we want. So my understanding of this ref, it works very similar like contact. When you have a contact, you can get contact dot. Like theme.offContact or medium.offContact, it gets something in the very root parent tree. So because in the very root we have, you remember, we have registered with this provider scope on the top. That list will give us access to all the provider from the ref. Where do we need to use? We need to use the tool here, and this one should be wait. Great, they already got for me. Great. Figure out the sign out, and it's not the final code yet because we want to handle the sign out flow for loading or error, and he said those are considered business logic that should not be inside the UI, so you don't say if it's true, show loading, and then if it's success, close the loading and sign out. Otherwise, you show the error. We don't do this here. And that's all for this module. Each video is very short, you see. And it's already 1 hour. Module 5. Module 5 is a large one. 7 all the way to 24. I don't know if we can finish this today, but let's see.
In this lesson, we're going to create our first controller class, which is a class that belongs to the presentation layer. And since controller is quite a generic term, I think it's useful if we define more clearly what is its purpose in relation to our app architecture. And that is to manage the widget state and mediate between the widgets and all the remaining layers. And depending on what terminology we use, controllers are broadly similar to view models in the MVVM architecture and to blocks in the block architecture. And since we are using Riverpod, all our controllers will be based on a specific class called StateNotifier, which is very similar to the built-in value notifier and change notifier classes in the Flutter SDK. And if you worked with Flutter block before, you'll find that StateNotifier is also very similar to a qubit, which is a simplified version of block. And by the way, I should mention that with the release of Riverpod version 2.0, a new AsyncNotifier class has been introduced as an alternative to StateNotifier. And if you go to this page on my website, you can find an in-depth article about the differences between StateNotifier and AsyncNotifier. And just to be clear, in the next sections of the course, we will use StateNotifier, which is still fully supported by Riverpod. And I'll cover AsyncNotifier more in detail on section 13, which will be all about.
So, AsyncNotifier is an alternative to StateNotifier. StateNotifier is still fully support, so we will continue to use. He will cover AsyncNotifier and new Riverpod in section 13, which is it the very last course, section 13. Let me see, module. Only in the very end we change to use the new Riverpod 2 and with all the because with async notifier and notifier on the Riverpod 2.1 2.0 or plus, you can create provider with the auto-generated code. So only on module 13 we are changing it. So right now we still use the state notifier, and that is okay.
New APIs that were added to Riverpod 2.0. Okay, so let's get back to VS Code and see how to use StateNotifier in practice. And what we want to do is to locate the account folder.
Sorry, before we start, let me read. StateNotifier is a very important class for Riverpod. It's observable class, stores a single immutable value, unlike change-notifier, which is mutable. I don't know. I understand this. I'm not sure if you understand. It takes time to go through the code to see how change-notifier works and how this StateNotifier is different. And it was very confusing to me, and I created a smaller sample code. which I plan to explain the differences in my repository. There is a, if you go to this one, I plan to create a video about it, but I haven't completely finished on the repository. If you are curious, you can go to see this repo called Provider Riverpod example, where because the change notifier is originally from the Flutter SDK itself, and Riverpod is extending using the change notifier. Provider is using the change notifier, and then when Riverpod comes in, it didn't remove the change notifier, but add new one called StateNotifier. So there's a lot comparison about this. I create an app where for the same US, and we have two sections. One is made with provider, one is made with Riverpod, where you can see the difference. You can read the code too. So what he said, like extend change notifier, and you always have a state here, and you always need to add this code, and it's easy to forget this level, and also other set of code can access the state where it make it what he call as that's what he mean as mutable. But with StateNotifier, it's immutable state, meaning once you create this class, it cannot be modified outside of the class. So other widgets, so someone else in your team cannot just create a new screen, say, oh no, let me add a new item to the list. They cannot do it. They have to go into the class to work on that. So that's not here. So that's what I mean. So if you see, that's a Riverpod with the StateNotifier, where it's a lot easier. You see, and you declare a new state, and you have a function. But this state cannot be accessed out of the class without using the you still use the provider, but if you want to modify the class, you have to change the code in here. All the logic stay in the class. That's the main difference. And I also added code for the new notifier. I haven't finished this because I want to add the async notifier too. That gets explained to what he means here if you are unclear. This is a code where we create a controller, extend StateNotifier, and we also always have a value. This is async value. Again, this is from Riverpod. It's similar like created like sealed union with immutable, mutable exclusive. Basic. I don't know how to explain, but it means we have different. We can have different state, and they are independent, but you don't, when you don't have to write if something else something. You will not forget loading or data state. It will automatically force you to write the code to handle different state. Always declare it with a type. In this case, is here, and then after we created the notifier provider, it's also auto dispose. So this one works. The auth repository return this controller. So controller basically means anything extend StateNotifier. It's a StateNotifier. What's the purpose of the controller, please? Create controller as StateNotifier subclass. The primary purpose is to mediate between widget and repository. I keep thinking what is between widget presentation layer with repository is the data layer, and then you have a controller. Okay, it's here. And when we need to perform some asynchronous data mutation, since data mutation as asynchronous, the controller can set loading error state can be observed by the widget using ref.watch. The presentation layer asynchronous we will use later. Great.
And inside here we can create a new file called account_screen_controller.dart. And inside here we can create a class account_screen_controller which extends StateNotifier, which is a class that we need to import from the Riverpod package. And if we hover to reveal the documentation, we can read that StateNotifier is an observable class that stores a single immutable state, which works as a replacement for change notifier or block. And as we can see, this class needs a type, which in this case will represent the state of our widget. And this state can either be data, loading, or error. And since we have already learned that AsyncValue helps us with that, then here we can use AsyncValue of type void without having to create a new type specifically for this controller. And then we need to add a constructor to this class. And one thing to notice about StateNotifier is that it needs an initial value. So let's add a constructor and use an initializer list to call super and give it an initial value, which will be an async value of type void dot data, passing null as an argument. And the reason I'm using void with a value of null is that in this case we don't really have a value as such, and as we will see, the only thing that we care about is to distinguish between data, loading, and error. Next up, we can create a method that we can use to sign out. So let's create a method that returns a feature of type void, and we can call this sign out and add the async keyword. And then inside here there are 4 things that we want to do. The first one is to set the state to loading. The second one is to sign out using our auth repository, and in case of success we want to set the state to data, and in case of error we want to set the state to error. And since we need to use the auth repository in order to sign out, then this should be a dependency for our controller. So for this reason, over here we can add a final fake auth repository, which we need to import. And
let's see what ChatGPT gave us. Very interesting. It said, oh, take a ref as a parameter, and initial state is loading. Then the ref will listen to the value. State when data. Interesting. Interesting. I think here's our code, as you can see. Right. The initial data is this. I'm just curious to see what ChatGPT wants to give us. It said to listen to the auth change provider. It's pretty good. And with the method of sign out, we don't. Oh, this one has sign out too. So we want to sign out because it's very smart. The reason it's created sign out is because it knows this is a consequence. What we are going to do is to implement this function, log out. And you see the code is also different. State loading. and wait for sign out, then state.data. But it does not show error, right? So let's see.
The constructor, we can add curly braces and add it as a required argument, like this. And now we are ready to implement the signout method by following these steps. So as a first step, we can set the state to async value of type void dot, and as you can see, here we can choose between these three factory constructors. So in this case, we can use loading, like this. Then we should await for auth repository.sign out, like this. And after this, we can set the state again to handle the happy path. And we can do this by setting our state to async value of type void. And this time we can choose data and pass a value of null. And the last thing that we want to do is to handle the error state, which is something that happens if this method in the repository throws an exception for any reason. And as you know, in Dart we can handle exceptions inside a try-catch block. So here we can type try and use this snippet to autocomplete it. And then we can select these three lines and move them inside the try block. And then inside the catch block, we can type state equal to async value.void. And this time we can choose .error passing e as an argument. And by the way, I should point out that since Riverpod 2.0, async value.error takes a second argument which represents the stack trace. So if we want our code to compile, then we need to get the stack trace from here and pass it as an argument over here, like this. And this completes the implementation of the signout method. And one thing that I want to point out is that here we are setting the state variable multiple times. And as we will see, we'll be able to watch this state in the account screen widget and make sure that it rebuilds every time it changes, using the same Riverpod APIs that we are already familiar with. But for now, let's stay on track. And now that we've created our account screen controller, we also need to create a provider that we can use to access it. So if we scroll down over here, we can start typing StateNotifier, and we can choose this StateNotifier provider option, because StateNotifier is the parent class of our controller, and we can call this account screen controller provider. And then we need to specify two type annotation, and the first one is our account screen controller class. And the second one is the type of the state class itself, which in our case is a sync value of type void. And then inside the body of the provider, we can remove this code, and instead we can declare a final auth repository equal to ref.watch with auth repository provider, so that we can return an account screen controller, passing it as an argument, like this. And finally, there is one last thing to do, and that is to add the auto-dispose modifier, as this will ensure that our controller is disposed when it's no longer needed. And since this is a StateNotifier provider, then Riverpod already knows how to dispose this without having to specify a ref.onDispose callback explicitly. So this completes the implementation of our account screen controller and the corresponding provider. So
there's a small error, you see. Watch auth repository provider, and we see this account ticks there, but it says cannot be passed. This one, it ticks thick. Repository provider auth repository, because we are using the provider one. So the provider of auth repository, and when you want to use in the cooler argument, so they say like this auth. This is the auth repository, but on this account, we are taking the fake one. Interesting. I understand why, but I'm just thinking either. I know we are going to change this in the course number 2, but I'm just thinking, is there a better way to do it? The way is to change this into the auth repository. That's what I think should work.
Here we can remove these comments as we no longer need them, and the main takeaway from this lesson is that StateNotifier is an alternative to the value notifier class in the Flutter SDK, and we can use it whenever we want to define some immutable state that our widgets can listen to. And we can do that by defining the type of our state class in the class definition itself. And just for reference, let me show you another controller class that is equivalent to this, but uses change_notifier instead, which is something that you may have used before. And as you can see, when you use change_notifier, you define one or more mutable state variables which are not declared as final. And when you modify these variables, you have to remember to call notify listeners, and this is quite error prone. And the other drawback of this is that since state is mutable, then any widget that has access to the change_notifier could potentially modify its state. And we definitely don't want this to be possible, because our widgets should only read the state and not modify it directly. So let me go ahead and remove this, and in any case, to the change_notifier.
So he removed what he said. It's actually good to leave as notes to help you better understand class. Oh, this is the exception. We will do the exception later. I think ChatGPT does not know what I want to do next, because what we are going to do is very unique. We now create exactly the same thing, but with a king notifier, not a king notifier provider. So we always extend a notifier and then create a notifier provider. Yeah, so this is the king notifier. And interestingly, it does not take the type, and you see this one auth. No, we don't have the is loading, but what we do is, yeah, this is really not bad. Just to show you the difference. Here, if we are using the async value, async value void state, no, void state. So you have this, because the king notifier does not have this state, so we create this state. The async value is a class from the Riverpod. It's not from Flutter SDK. Then you say state instead of this variable is loading. What you say is you basically have a state, and then you define each code has different state. You define sign out, then you create when user sign out, you create another state, you assign a new value of your state, which async value. You always have this void. Oh, here we also have the data type as a void, means there's no data type. I wonder if this is the same as you have nothing. But, and then you always need to write this one, and when you have an error, the load is not false, you will have to say state dot async value error like this. And then you still need to get here. Do I need to rethrow? Probably no. I do. So as you can see, if we don't use state, we need to create two value, like what do you call as a flag, right? And you say loading or error. Because you see ChatGPT changed this to the false. I was wondering if it's error. Should we also make the state? And I think with the async value, when you change to because you cannot have two state, you can only have one. When you change to state with error, it no longer have the loading one. It's either loading or error. But if you don't use this state with async value, you use the original one, right, like this, right? It's a lot of code. You will also have to write string or dynamic error, right? And default as 1, and then when if it's error, you need to set loading is false, then set this error. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So yeah, this is what's this say? A non-nullable instance state must be instantialized. We can mark as late, or you can see initial state as loading. It just means we need initial state. So because we are not going to use this, for me, I like to keep it as a note. This is the same as the body with. Okay, cool. I don't like to delete all the code. I don't mind to have code here for reference.
Read the state and not modify it directly. So let me go ahead and remove this. And in any case, we will go.
By the way, what he means is if we use the change notifier and you create a provider, and then for this class, then anywhere in your code you can say this dot state. You can make it as a private value like this one, but yes, a lot of work. But the idea is we do not want widget to modify the state. We want to modify state only inside the class. That's why we are using the state notifier. This one we can delete.
To talk about the state notifier and the advantage of immutability as we make progress. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson where we will see how to use our controller.
Complete and continue. So now we are doing this part. So this one we will add the notifier to the account screen, where we are going to create a state, work list controller, and then cool, easy.
Now that our account screen controller is ready, we can get back to our account screen and see how to use it. And as part of this, there are 3 things that we need to address. First, we want to use the account screen controller to sign out rather than using the auth repository. Second, we need to keep track of the loading state so that we can disable the logout button while sign out is in progress. And third, we need some way of dealing with errors so that we can show an alert if the sign out fails. So let's start with the first step. And what we need to do here is to replace this auth repository provider with account screen controller provider and make sure that we import it. However, once we do this, we get an error telling us that the method signout isn't defined for the type AsyncValue, and that we should try to correct the name to the name of an existing method or defining a method named signout. And the reason we get this error is that by reading or watching a StateNotifier provider, the value that we get is not the StateNotifier subclass, but instead is the state class itself, which in this case is an async value of type void. And of course, AsyncValue doesn't have a signout method. So what we have to do instead is to read account_screen_controller_provider.notifier, as this will give us access to the account screen controller so that we can call signout on it. And of course, by calling this method, then we are executing all this code, which sets the state and calls the signout method on the auth repository. And this means that we can now watch state changes in our widget. So let's move over to the top of the build method. And over here, we can type final state equals to ref.watch account screen controller provider. And as we can see, this state variable has type AsyncValue of type void, which is what we expect.
So he said, if log is cool, you are doing this, right? So so we don't use the auth repository provider to sign out. Let me just go back a little bit because I have
repository. And this means that we can now a provider value of type void and of the fire subclass, but instead is the state class itself. And the reason, however, once we do this, we get an here is to replace this auth.
Okay, so here's the interesting question. So if we don't create the controller provider and the previous code like this, right, it's still working. It does not throw any error. So we have to remember, this is not what we want. We actually use controller to do this. It's to sign out, and he mentioned, now he's explaining, if we don't have the notifier, we will get an error because the method sign out isn't defined for the type async value. Because when you read a provider which extended the state provider, this is the StateNotifier provider, what we return is, you see, is an async value of void. It's a type of the provider, it's not the notifier itself. So we need to add a dot notifier to access this code.
Repository provider
with
with account
method
screen
sign
controller
out.
provider and make sure that we import it. However, once we do this, we get an error telling us that the method signout isn't defined for the type AsyncValue, and that we should try to correct the name to the name of an existing method or defining a method named signout. And the reason we get this error is that by reading or watching a StateNotifier provider, the value that we get is not the StateNotifier subclass, but instead is the state class itself, which in this case is an async value of type void. And of course, AsyncValue doesn't have a signout method. So what we have to do instead is to read account screen controller provider.notifier, as this will give us access to the account screen controller so that we can call signout on it. And of course, by calling this method, then we are executing all this code, which sets the state and calls the signout method on the auth repository. And this means that we can now watch state changes in our widget. So let's move over to the top of the build method. And over here, we can type final state equals to ref.watch account screen controller provider. And as we can see, this state variable has type async value of type void, which is what we expect. And this means that if we want, we can call state.when and return different widgets based on this state. However, in this case, the layout of this page doesn't need to change depending on the state, like we have done on the product grid by showing a circular progress indicator until all the data is loaded. Instead, in this case, I propose that we use the state in a more subtle way. So let me remove this line, and over here we could disable this callback if the state is loading by using the ternary operator like this. And if we really wanted to show a circular progress indicator, then this should be something subtle that appears somewhere on this page without changing the entire UI. For example, we could modify the title of this app bar by showing a circular progress indicator if the state is loading, or show the regular text otherwise, like this. And we'll keep this change for the next few lessons so that we can get some visual feedback about the loading state. Though don't show this UI to a designer, as it's not a great place to put a circular progress indicator. In any case, the most important thing is that we understand how this new code works. And the idea here is that by creating a StateNotifier subclass, we have been able to add some simple business logic to control the state of our widget and take care of communicating with the underlying repository so that our widget doesn't have to do this directly. In fact, I would,
rather than using state variable plus set state, consider using the StateNotifier to control widget and watch the state. So he said in this case we don't need to do it. That's why we don't need to update UI that much for .1 or something, but the state is already an async value. So when it's an async value, what we can do, we can say we don't need to change this. We can say is unpressed. Here you say state dot is loading. If it's loading, we do something. Unpressed is no. So when you press this button, it will execute the function. And if the state is here, and it watch this controller provider, which calls here. So if it's loading, we set the unpressed and no, because we don't want user to keep pressing. We are waiting, so there's nothing happening on the UI. We're waiting for what's going on next state. And optionally you can add state dot is loading, and if it's loading, you add this circular progress indicator, which will replace the account, but it's not a good UI design. I think this is not a widget. What? We see title state is loading with circular progress indicator. Otherwise, we return this account. Oh, silly. I forgot to accidentally remove the word text. That's why. So it's clear, but I would like to make a note here. We should not call report directly to sign out. We want to use controller to handle this and manage different state. Yes. Okay, great. So that's one thing. One benefit to get if you fork my repo instead of Angus, because he make the code very clean. He removed all in. Let's finish this and take a break.
Just that whenever you have a UI callback that is used to modify some application state, then the code for managing this should not live on the widget itself, and instead it's better to create a separate controller for this. And then in the widget, you can watch the state like you would do if you were reading any other provider. And inside your callback, you can use ref.read to call any of the methods in your controller. And this should start to give you an idea about what is the purpose of the controllers in the presentation layer. And as we will see in the next section, we can easily test controllers by writing unit tests rather than widget tests, because they don't depend on the UI. So let's continue on the next lesson, where we will learn how to handle error states using listeners.
Great. So, just a quick review for what's coming for next lesson. It's already 1 hour and 40 minutes. I'm not familiar with the listening method, so it's something new to learn. So you can see the code that we are about to show error dialog, and note about Riverpod 2.0. We will change interesting update logout button code only pop on success. Yes, great. Okay, let's take a break. Okay, and we'll come back soon. Bye bye, happy learning, and thank you for watching. And when we are back, we will implement how to handle error. Bye bye. Okay, let's continue. Did you take a break too? It's nice to have a short break. I'm trying to finish this module today, and it's going to be a big, long video. So, okay, we are going to start this listening method.
In this lesson, we are going to learn how to use ref.listen, which is a useful Riverpod API that we can use to show a message to the user in response to a given state change. And as we have seen, if our authentication repository throws an exception, then we can catch it inside our controller and set the state to AsyncValue.error. But up until now, we haven't really made use of this in the account screen. And this bears the question, how should we handle errors in the UI? Should we rebuild our screen and show some text message inside it? Or should we present a snack bar or an alert dialog? Well, if we just wanted to show a text message inside this page, then our job would be quite easy, because we could just write if state.hasError, and then we can use this to conditionally return a text widget with an error inside it. However, this would not lead to a good user experience, and I think it would be better and also more interesting if we can figure out how to present a snack bar or an alert dialog. And one way to do this is by using a provider listener. So let me remove this code, and then I can show you how this works. And the idea is that at the top of the build method, we can write ref.listen, and then we need to specify a type. And in our case, this is async value of void, because this is the type of our widget state. And then we need to pass 2 arguments. And the first one is the provider that we want to listen to. And the second one is a function that gives us the previous state and the current state as arguments. And if we want, inside here, we can use one of the pattern matching arguments of the async value class, such as when data, when or null, or maybe when. And if you want to learn more about these methods, then make sure to check them out in the documentation.
Okay. So the easy way we can say, if the state has error, then we show the error. But if we want a better UI, we do differently. So you can see this ChatGPT give us to say, listen to the auth change provider. That should be very good. So they even gave us a YouTube link, but it's different code as okay. I just comment this, and because I believe this may be something we will use in the future, and we can compare the difference on what ChatGPT give us versus what he provide us. We can have our own judgment on which one is better. So, oh wait, okay, this one better. So it's account controller provider, yes. Account controller provider, and it has a state, but no, it has two arguments, and previous state, you can call it anytime. So it's async value. This is also async value, and let's see.
But in this case, I think a better alternative is to check if our state has an error. And in this case, we can call show exception alert dialog, which is a helper function that I've included in the starter project. And this function takes 3 arguments. The first one is the context. The second one is a title that we can set to error.hardcoded. And finally, we need to pass an exception and give it state.error as an argument. And as we will see shortly, this code will show an alert dialog that we had to dismiss. Though if you wanted to show a snack bar instead, you could do so by writing some code that uses a scaffold messenger like this. But in this case, I think...
So this is Flutter default alert dialog, but we already have our own helper function for exception alert dialog, and we need to import. Okay, it has an exception. That's fine. I can add exception. Exception will be state.error, but not to string. And close. Before we go then, I'm just curious on this controller. Do you remember earlier of the code? ChatGPT gave us, when we create listen, AsyncValue void, and it's similar, all state change, but it's wrong. This one should have 2 states. When data we use this. So in this case, we are checking in the UI where we will see if the code changed, because you can argue the checking error is also a business logic that should be in the UI or in the controller. But because if we want to show a dialog, we need the context. This context comes from here in the widget.
Alert dialog is best because it requires the user to dismiss it explicitly. So I'm going to remove this code. And now that we have this, I want to show you that it works. And a simple way of testing both the loading and error states is to go back to our fake auth repository. And then inside the signout method, we can await for a future delayed with a duration of 3 seconds. And we can also throw an exception that says connection failed, for example. And then we can hot reload. And if we try to log out now, then we can see that the circular progress indicator appears while the state is loading. However, the alert dialog does not seem to appear. And the reason for that is that even though we call show exception alert dialog inside our widget, the first thing that happens as soon as we sign out is that we call navigator of context.pop. And this causes our alert dialog to be dismissed immediately before we even get a chance to see it. And in fact, this to-do is here for a reason, because we should only call navigator.pop if our call is successful. So for the time being, let's comment out this line and we'll come back to it later, and then we can save and try again. However, one thing that you may notice is that if we try to log out one more time, then the error appears immediately, and then one more time after the 3 seconds delay. So it looks like something is not right, because we would expect to get a loading state without an error as soon as we try to log out. So the problem is that we have an error alert that appears immediately, despite the 3-second delay that we have added inside our repository. And the reason this is happening.
So if you go to this function for the fan out function, just to test the error, and you say, okay, let's wait for 3 seconds, and then you throw an exception. So exception, error fan out, then then you want to implement the feature. You set the auth state dot value, right? Auth state dot value is no, but it's wrong because it's a dead code. Yeah, because we want to show the error, and if we we test there's something. Are you sure? It's a log out. You see a loading. So it's wrong because what happened is in the account screen when we call the logout function and we say await logout and then pop, so we don't want to pop, because if you pop, the error dialog first to be popped. So are you sure? Yes. Now you see loading. Now you see the error. We say okay.
Is that when we set the state to loading inside our controller, then Riverpod is doing something clever under the hood, and it still holds some information from the previous state so that we can access it if we want. And since the previous state was error in this case, then inside our widget we get a callback when the state changes, and here we show an alert dialog because this condition is true even when the state is loading. And the way to fix this is by checking a particular property called isLoading, and only run this code if isLoading is false.
Okay, so it means Riverpod will remember our previous state is error because we are changing state to loading data or error. Now if we do this again, log out, we no longer see the loading because it remember it was error. Now you see log out and it's something I didn't totally understand. It was okay. It's loading. Now you see error. But and what he means is we should say if the state dot is not loading and state dot has error, then we show this. Let's see if anything changed. Are you sure? Yes. Log out, load, 3 seconds. Then we say it fails. Okay. Now try again. Log out, load, and then show error. It's a lot better. And we can surely to remove this. Oh, don't use build contact. That's very interesting. Get the navigator beforehand to prevent warning. I think eventually we should change to this one, to listen to the auth change, right? It's a stream. And this one, I don't know. This one, so far, we only have one function for sign out. Because it's for account screen, which only have sign out. Let's see.
And now that we have made this change, we can hot reload, and we can see that when we try to log out, then nothing happens right away. And the alert dialog only appears after 3 seconds, because at that point we have reset the state to error and we are no longer refreshing. And if all of this seems quite confusing, you have all my sympathy, because I was also very confused when I first encountered this issue. And I should mention that all of this is due to a breaking change that was added to Riverpod version 2.0. And as I record this lesson, the only place where this is documented is in the changelog, which says that after a provider has emitted an AsyncValue.data or error, that provider will no longer emit an AsyncValue.loading. Instead, it will re-emit the latest value, but with the property of AsyncValue is refreshing set to true. And the reason for this change is that this allows the UI to keep showing the previous data or error when a provider is being refreshed. So as it turns out, this behavior is actually quite useful when we are trying to refresh our data. And the only problem is that as I record this, it is not covered in the documentation, which only has an empty page about it. Okay, so let's do a wrap-up. And in summary, in this lesson, we have learned to use the ref.listen method to respond to error states. And we have seen that this gives us a callback that we can use to run some code, such as showing a snack bar or an alert dialog. And I think this is a good time to compare ref.watch, ref.read, and ref.listen so that we can understand when to use them. And as we can see, inside the build method, we should always use ref.watch to watch state changes and rebuild our widget as a result. But inside callbacks, we should use ref.read instead to access a provider and call some methods on it. And if we want to listen to state changes without rebuilding, then ref.listen is our friend. And we should also be aware that when we use ref.listen, we also need to check if our provider is refreshing if we intend to show some error UI. And if this all sounds a bit new and unfamiliar, don't worry, because we'll continue using these methods as we make progress and we'll soon get used to them. And by the way, if you want to get a better understanding of what things you should and shouldn't do inside the build method, I recommend that you read this article about side effects in Flutter. Okay, so let's continue on the next.
So I think he will leave the article here. Said in fact in Flutter than what he mentioned. And one of his article that I will add into the notes, but any of you can just read. Yeah, you can read on yourself then. So that's it. We are going to fix the bug for the navigator.pop.
So, in this lesson, I want to take care of one small detail that we have left out when implementing the sign out code in our widget. And that is that we should only pop the navigator if this call to sign out has succeeded. So how can we do that? Well, one way to do this would be to modify the sign out method to return a boolean value, which is true if the sign out succeeds or false otherwise. So let's do that and change the return type to feature of type bool. And then on success, we can return true. And if we get an exception, we can return false, like this. And now that we have made this change, we can get back to our widget. And here we can type final success equals await ref.read. And
so in the account screen where we are changing the state, based on the state, we want to return a boolean. So if it's success, we say return true. If it's fail, we return false. Okay. Fails. Okay, right. Okay. So then if you see where it's used here, we say okay, there's a result, and we give it a variable, so success. I like if success. I use if something for all the Boolean value, so you can say, I guess it's just if it's success, then we pop
the sign out method, and here we can remove this to do and type if success, and only if this is true, then we can call navigator.context.pop. And now we can verify this and try to log out, and we should be able to see that the page is not dismissed if we get an error.
okay.
So if I click OK here, then I can see that I remain on the account screen. And then we can get back to our fake auth repository, and here we can comment out this line and revert to the default behavior, and then we can test this again and trigger the logout flow. And as we can see, in this case the page is dismissed because our call succeeds and success is true. And one question that you may have at this stage is, what about separation of concerns? Because what we have said before is that it is best to move our business logic inside our account screen controller class.
Wait,
What we have said before and success logout flow. And
why it has an error saying there's no auth state? Maybe I missed something. Where is this from? Did we missed a lesson because there isn't okay. I have the complete code here, so let's go to feature under auth, so you can see what's the final. I think he missed some steps, or maybe it's my fault to on the repository. No, this is order. We want to go to the authentication. Product. Oh, here. Okay. Authentication. Oh, I'm sorry, there's too much opened. Features, not address, authentication, fake auth. So we actually already implemented all the features. You can see we have not added delay yet. We can, but this is auth where we get InMemoryStore, what we need to import because we used this one, and then there's two more we need to. So we have auth changes, which we are not getting stream.value as null. We are getting auth state.stream as the stream change, and current user not going to be null. It's going to be auth state.value, which will return an app user. And by the way, you can remove the override, remove all the abstract. I kind of just like to save it. Here we have a list of fake app user. We haven't started to do this yet. I think this is safe to temporarily comment. And sign in with email. Create user. This one I believe we haven't started yet. Actually, yes. Dispose. When you dispose and sign out, now sign out is correct. Is now. And dispose will be, where's the disposing? We don't even have a dispose. The dispose will be the 𝐜𝐡 dot close. Well, we also have this create new user method where it's email. I think we will use this, but currently in the screen he has this app user only, and we are not doing password yet, and so only with sign in with email. That's why here we see not user equals this. We see, oh, you can just set the state as the app user state.value. This is the set method for dot value equals app user you speak and join. And these we are not doing yet. Sign in with email and password. All we are checking here is we say if current user is null, right? Is null, and we call list function. And in the code, so yeah, it should be. I think we will soon change this one. So it should be list. You create a new user, you add into the user list, and then you set 𝐜𝐡 as a list of user, not just one user. And sign in. Do we have sign in? Not yet.
You can see, in this case, the page is dismissed because our call succeeds and success is true. And one question that you may have at this stage is, what about separation of concerns? Because what we have said before is that it is best to move our business logic inside our account screen controller class. However, we now have two conditions inside this callback that lives inside the widget class. So shouldn't this logic also go inside the controller? And this is something that developers often disagree about. And what I will say in this regard is that the code for showing the alert dialog and popping the navigation stack depends on the build context. And my take on this is that controllers should never depend on the build context or anything to do with the UI. And for this reason, I'm choosing to leave this logic inside the widget. However, I also recognize that we have more logic that we would like in here.
Here.
in this lesson, I want to take care of one small leave this logic inside the widget. However, I also recognize that we have more logic than we would like in here. And one possible way of dealing with this is to pass some function arguments to the signout method so that we can implement some of this control flow inside the controller while leaving all the code that depends on the context inside our widget. However, for now, I'm just going to keep things simple. And in any case, later on in this section, we will figure out a way to remove this navigation code and use 𝐜𝐴utor to modify the navigation stack when the authentication state changes. So for now, we're going to keep this code as it is, and we can continue on the next lesson where I'll share a cool little trick about async value.
Okay. You just talk about, because all the show dialog has content, so we don't want to move to the controller.
Now that our account signout feature works as expected, I want to clean up our code a little bit and share an interesting tip with you. So if we open the signout method inside our controller, we can see that here we use this try and catch block to handle both success and error states. And this is the kind of code that we would have to write over and over when we create new controllers. So it would be good if we could simplify this a little bit and maybe even find an alternative to using try and catch. So let's open the definition of the AsyncValue class and see if we can find something useful. And if we scroll down past these factory constructors, we can find this method called guard. And this is a static method that takes a function that returns a future as an argument. And then it awaits for that future and returns the value inside AsyncValue.data. And also wraps this inside a try and catch block and returns AsyncValue.error if the future throws an exception. So this looks very handy and we can use it to simplify our code. So let's get back to our account screen controller. And let me show you how to implement the signout method using guard. And we'll keep the old code inside a comment for reference. And as we implement this, then the first line is the same, because we always need to set the state to loading. But then things get interesting, because we can type state equals to await AsyncValue.guard. And here we need to pass a function argument. So we can use the arrow notation to return AuthRepository.signout. And what is great about this is that this state will contain data or error depending on whether this feature succeeds or not. And now we have only one thing to do, and that is to return a Boolean value. And this should be true if state.hasError is false, like this. And as you can see, this implementation on...
So he said state equals await.async.guard, and which is calling this function. And then we say, because we are returning a bool, causing not to be returned. Yeah, we need to return, right? So what do we return? We return, oh, state of maybe when. This is pretty good. But Anchor's code is this: return state dot has error. Let me see if has error is false. So okay. This is yes.
Takes 3 lines of code, and it means that we no longer had to write this try and catch block explicitly. So I hope that you've enjoyed this little trick, which you can also find on my website at this page. So if you want, feel free to use guard in your own apps. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson.
So if you check out his video here, he will delete all these. So I think it's nice to have. Here, I think this is also very good. This is no. This is a turn another way.
In this lesson, I want to introduce a useful extension method that we can use to reuse some logic. And if we go back to the account screen, we can see that over here we added this code to ref.listen that we use to show an alert dialog if we have an error state. And this is the kind of logic that we should be able to.
I have a small issue here. Here, not is loading. Dot is refreshing. It's confusing.
Use as we handle errors in other screens as well. So what I propose we do is to create an extension method on AsyncValue that will contain all this logic. And a good place for this is inside the utils folder. So over here we can add a new file called AsyncValue.guard. And inside here we can type extension AsyncValue.UI on AsyncValue. And inside this extension we can add a method that returns void, and it's called showAlertDialog on error, and this should take a build context as an argument. And in order to use this, we need to import Flutter Riverpod as well as material.dart. And then we can get back to our account screen. And here we can copy all these lines and get back to our extension, and then we can paste them in here. And as you can see, we now get some errors because state is not defined. But in fact, we don't need to use state dot at all because we are inside an extension of AsyncValue. And this means that we can access all these properties directly. So let's remove state dot from here and here and here, and then we can make sure to add all the necessary imports, like this. And just to be clear, since Riverpod 2.0, the correct property to check here is not is refreshing, but we should use is loading instead, like this. And now that we have created this extension,
so on the account screen, we create our own show dialog on error. So basically, we don't need this, and we create something like extension AsyncValue.UI. UI on AsyncValue. And it's a widget when it's loading. We do this with error, data, and return. Okay, that's good, but that's not what we want. And we need to, give me new. We get it loading? No. Maybe when. Okay, I need to go soon. Okay, we create a function. Just follow what he said. Show alert dialog on error, and this one will take a build context, and then we say, then we copy paste the one we had. And he said we don't need this state because on AsyncValue has a state, so we just say if it fashion is this, and we show this. We also need to import context is here, context, and then this is our own helper function It's error. Exception is also error. We don't need a state. And he also mentioned actually it's not refreshing, it should be is loading. I think it's we will need to read what's the latest API. It's almost finished.
We can copy the method name and we can get back to our account screen. And here we can replace this entire function by using the arrow notation and calling state.showAlert dialog on error, passing the context as an argument, like this. And of course we need to import the file that defines our extension, like this. And we can also replace this previous state with an underscore, since we are not using it. And as a result, we can now listen to errors and show an alert dialog in just a few lines of code. And we can do this in a consistent way across.
Wait. Okay, we are missing. We also need to import this one. Good.
Our widgets. And now we can save our file. And before we continue, I want to point out one small detail, and that is that inside our controller we are repeating AsyncValue.guard over and over in different places. And in general, it's a good idea to add type annotations like this in Dart, because the compiler can warn us if we make a mistake. For example, if we change this type to int, then we get an error telling us that a value of type null can't be assigned to a parameter of type int. However, I feel that it's a bit verbose to type async value of type void over and over in this controller. And I think it's okay if we drop the void type annotation in this case, as this will make our code more readable. And an easy way to do this is to select async value of type void, and then we can use search and replace all instances of this with just async value, like this. And then we can save this file. And if we go back to our account screen, we can also remove it from here in this code to ref.listen. And once again, the important thing is that we understand what is the role of type annotations and use them if they make our code safer. But there are some cases where I think it's okay to do away with them, like in this example. Okay, so let's go.
So what he means is we want our code is more clean, so we can remove this void. I was wondering if we can remove this void. I'll give a note. But to simplify the code, we will remove the type annotation. Async value, so we can search where we are using this and replace into async. Okay.
In the next lesson,
I should say use void. Okay, let's continue our module 5 and
now that we have completed the logout functionality for signing out of the app, we can focus on the remaining parts of the authentication flows. And this means that we need to add the logic for signing in, as well as making sure that the main app bar shows the correct actions based on the authentication state of the user. So let's focus on the app bar first, and then we'll take care of the email and password signing form. And if we open the home app bar widget, we can see that at the moment this user variable is hard-coded inside the build method, and this is used to decide which options to show over here. And what we want to do instead is to open our fake auth repository and use this auth_state_changes provider instead, because this gives us a stream that emits a new value every time the authentication state changes. And in order to use this provider, then we need to turn our home app bar into a consumer widget, and also add a widget ref to our build method, and we need to import Flutter Riverpod in order to use this. And now that we have this, we can delete these two lines, and instead we can type final user equals to ref.watch auth_state_changes provider, which we need to import. And as we can see, down here we now get an error because we can no longer use this const keyword since our user is not a constant value. So let's remove this and save. And the other thing that I want to point out is that ref.watch gives us an async value. And this means that we could use the when method to provide data loading and error callbacks. But one thing that you should know is that you can also type .value. And this will give you a nullable variable that will always be null if the state of the async value object is loading or error. And this works quite well in this specific case because it means that we'll get a non-null user only when we are signed in and null in any other case. So at this point we can save our file, and as we can see, the previous orders and account options have disappeared, and instead we only get an option to sign in.
So I can't log out. Can we log out? Oh yeah, we can log out. So what he means is in app bar, first we need to change this one, which is consumer widget, and we need to import Riverpod. Then we need to change here with widget.ref. And instead of using a user manually, what he said is widget responsive unlocked screen should be all action. Medium query is used on consumption. Yeah, it's not a good one, but so we get error here because we don't have user. So how we get user? This time we say final user dot authority. Do we have user? We actually have a current user. Interesting. But he said to use the auth_change provider. Auth repository provider. That is very confusing. What is the difference? So we don't want to get current user, I guess. Yeah. We are listening to the auth_change. So we cannot use this provider. What we are working is auth_state_changes provider. State_changes provider. And this provider, if you can see, this is a stream provider, and the value is it's a provider. So when we say ref.work this provider, and we get async value, in this case we can directly get value. So the user will be app user, and the error is because that's not a const. Yes.
The reason for that is that in the fake auth repository, the initial authentication state.
So I mean, just to check if my code is the same as this, because he changed. Oh, what is this? Yeah, we don't need this. So, fake auth repository, we have auth state, which is a memory store, and we created for app user. The default value is null. Yeah, so this one is initial value, and then you have auth change current user, sign in with email and password, which we haven't implemented, but here he has some changes and we missed, or he didn't mention the sign in with current user is null, but we still can await. I'm not sure why we don't await. Yeah, it's okay. Create user, then create user with sign out. Create a user with email is the same as sign in. We can say if current user is null, we create a new one with email only. We will deal with password later. And then sign out is the same, just we set this value as null. And here we can make it as just 1 minute, and here you can give a note. This is to test error state. See, it's good. Okay, let's continue.
Null, and this means that our home app bar is now doing the right thing. And while we have only changed a couple of lines of code, the significance of this is that every time the authentication state changes, then our home app bar will rebuild. And as we will see, as soon as we are able to sign in with email and password, then this widget will automatically update to show the correct actions. And before we continue, we should also get back to our account screen. And if you remember, earlier on in this section, we have said that we also need to update this user data table widget, as currently we are still using a hard-coded value in here. So just like we have done before, we can also convert this widget to a consumer widget and add a widget ref argument to the build method. And just like we have done in the home app bar, we can remove these two lines from here, and then we can get back to the home app bar.
So same as here, in the app account where we set the user, and now we can say no. ChatGPT gave this. No, so we need to change this to consumer. For me, it's kind of fun to see what ChatGPT give us. The Copilot. It's interesting. Final. It's wrong. User. Now the user is app user. Good.
And here we can copy this line from here and paste it back in here. And we can also import our old state changes provider.
Okay.
And if we scroll down, we see that here we get a couple of errors. And these are telling us that the property UID can't be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can't be null. And this makes sense because the user is now a nullable object. And we need to make sure that we use the conditional access operator and provide a fallback value when we pass the user and email argument to this method because this takes a non-nullable string argument. In any case, these are just small details and we don't care too much about what we show inside this user data table. However, what is more relevant is that we have discovered new ways of reading the value of an async value. In fact, sometimes it's good enough to read the value as a nullable property, like we have done in this case. And then we can use some conditional logic inside our layout code to decide which widgets to show based on this value. But as we have seen in the previous section, when we have introduced the AsyncValue widget, sometimes we need to completely change the UI that we present to the user depending on whether we have data, error, or a loading state. And in that case, it makes more sense to use the when method to handle each case differently. So at the end of the day, it's up to you to decide what to do when you need to use an async value inside your widget. And if you want to learn more about async value, you can open its definition and read about all its methods and properties. And as you can see, here you can find useful getters such as isLoading, hasValue, value, error, stack trace. And there are also some other methods that we haven't covered yet. And in addition to this, we also have the guard method, which we have discovered in the previous lessons. So the bottom line is that async value is quite versatile, and by learning how to use it, you can save yourself a lot of extra code. And one great thing about Riverpod is that when you watch a feature provider or a stream provider inside your widgets, you always get an async value, which is quite convenient. And as we have discovered, you can also create your own custom state notifiers, which are based on async value. And this means that once you learn how to use this properly, then you get a lot of value out of it. And in fact, we'll continue to use async value extensively in this course. Okay, so let's continue in the next lesson.
Okay. So just to let you know, I was missing this one line, so the compiler didn't show zero error, but this is user is not null. Then we do account out, otherwise we see sign in. So we will save. You see right now it's sign in because the user is null. Okay, I have a message. Just
in this lesson, I'm going to give you an introduction to the email and password sign-in screen, which is the last screen that we need to complete in order to have a functional authentication flow. And you can find all the code for this screen inside the sign-in folder, which lives in the presentation layer of our authentication feature. And if you open the email and password sign-in screen, you'll find that this is a relatively complex file that has nearly 200 lines of code. And this is because it includes code to deal with things such as form validation, text field customization, as well as the logic for updating the input focus as we fill the email and password fields. And also, this is a configurable widget that we can use to toggle between two different modes for signing in and creating an account. And if you've ever tried to implement an email and password signing form yourself, you know that all these little details add up. So it's not really surprising that there is so much code in this file. And aside from this, I've also included a separate class called email password signing state. And this lives inside a file that contains other things that are needed by this page, including the definition of the email password signing form type that we can use to toggle between two different modes, as well as a mixing that contains some email and password validators. And these are defined with some helper classes that I've declared inside this file. And these classes use some regular expressions under the hood, which are used to perform client-side validation. And just to give you an idea about how this code is used, we can see that if we try to submit this form, then we get some errors telling us that the email and password can't be empty. And if we try to type in a string that does not represent an email address, then we get an invalid email error instead. And this is all made possible by some of the regex validators that I've defined over here. And if we get back to the previous file, we can see that I've added this email and password signing state class. And the purpose of this is to keep track of the current form type, as well as the loading state that we will use to show a circular progress indicator when we attempt to sign in. And we will look at this file more in detail shortly, but for now the main takeaway is that all this code is a starting point that we can use to add the missing authentication logic. In fact, if we head back to the sign-in screen and scroll down to the submit method, then here we can find this to-do, which tells us to add the authentication logic. So our goal in the next few lessons is to implement a controller class that we can use to sign in or create an account. And just like we have done with the account page, our controller will mediate between our widget class and the authentication repository. And it will also take care of setting the widget state. And if we scroll up, we can see that the state is declared as a state variable of type email password signing state. And the main idea behind this class is that whenever any of these fields changes, then we should rebuild our widget. And in fact, if we want, we can use the search tool to find instances of set state. And as we can see on line 106, we update the state variable by calling the copyWidth method with the new form type. And this happens inside a method that is called when we click on this button. And if we scroll down and take a look at the width method, we can see that we use this state variable in many different places. And in addition to the isLoading and form type properties, I've also defined an extension on this class, and this contains many additional getters and helper methods that help us to keep our widget code a bit more tidy. And chances are that if you deal with complex forms, you're likely to end up with multiple state variables, and by moving some of your state and logic into separate classes, then your code will be better organized and more testable as well. And if we go back to our widget, And if we go back to our widget class, I also want to point out a couple of small details. And the first one is that while I've created this state class to hold the form type and isLoading variables, then this does not contain the email and password themselves, because these can be derived directly from these text editing controllers. And we don't need to rebuild the entire widget when these values change. And you can see that I've also defined this standalone submitted variable as well. So when it comes to deciding how to group various state variables and whether they should belong to the widget class or a separate state class, there isn't really a single solution that will work well for all cases. And in fact, if you wanted to build your own email and password signing form from scratch, chances are that you would end up with a different implementation. So for now, the bottom line is that you don't need to worry too much about all the existing code. And my goal over the coming lessons is to show you how to complete the implementation of this page by borrowing some ideas from the account screen and account screen controller classes that we have implemented recently. And by doing this, we'll get a better idea about how everything fits together when dealing with a more complex page that requires some user input. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson.
Okay, not much. So just go through these files.
We are nearly ready to add a controller class that we can use to sign in or create an account and manage the state of our widget class. And if you remember, when we did this in our account screen controller, we extended StateNotifier using AsyncValue as a state class. And then we used the signout method to set the state as needed, while calling the signout method of the auth repository. And as far as our email and password signing screen goes, we want to follow the same approach and also create a controller that can manage the state rather than storing this as a local state variable. However, the state class that we are going to use is not AsyncValue, and instead we want to use this email password signing state class, because this contains the two properties that are needed by our widget class. And before we go ahead and create our controller, I want to talk about this class a bit more in detail. And if we look a bit closer, we can see that in addition to these properties, this class also has...
Okay, so he's just saying in the account screen, that's what we did for controller. Create controller, interact with widget and repository. And we will do similar thing in the email screen, because currently there's state. So email, here this is the state where it's a separate class here. But we are not using the StateNotifier in this case.
A copyWidth method, and it also has some overrides, including the toString method, the equality operator, and the hash code getter that come from the base object class. And if you ever end up creating your own custom data or state classes, it's likely that you'll also need the same methods. And the quickest way to generate these methods is by using the Dart data class generator extension. And I recommend that you install this if you don't have it already. And just to show you how this works, over here I can delete all these methods like this, and then if I select any of these properties, I can use the quick fix option to generate all the methods in the data class, or alternatively I can choose only the ones that I want, such as copy with, toString, and equality. And for the record, there are also other ways of creating data classes in Dart, and some of them rely on code generation tools. However, for creating simple data classes, I find that the Dart data class generator is the simplest and quickest solution. In any case, the most important thing about creating custom state classes is that they should be immutable. And we can accomplish this by declaring all the properties as final. So once again, when you create state classes, I highly recommend that you make all the properties final by default. And this is particularly important so that you don't modify their values by mistake in your widgets. In fact, if we follow this architecture, then widgets should only watch state changes as read-only value and should never be allowed to modify them. And instead, it is the job of the controllers to update the state. And as we will see in practice, the only way to update these properties is to use the copy_with method, which will create a clone of our object and only update the values that are given as arguments. And what's also very important is that you always add the equality and hash code implementations, because many state management packages such as Riverpod, Block, and Redux rely on this in order to know if two instances of this class are the same. And we will talk more about this in the next section about testing. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson where I want to make an important change to this class.
Okay, is it clear? It's showing how to use the Dart data class extension you should install. And then when you create this class, which with the validator is here, which is a mixing class. So this class, we only need to define the two property. Type is two. Type is enum, sign in or register, or the state of loading, and these are generated. So it's to make sure the class is equal. So if we create one state and we want to update state, we use copy with.
We are nearly ready to add a controller class, and we can use this as final. So once again, when you create is the most important thing about creating custom state classes. And for the record, there are also other ways of creating data classes in Dart, and some of them rely on code generation tools. However, for creating simple data classes, I find that the Dart data class is final. So once again, when you create state classes, I highly recommend that you make all the properties final by default. And this is particularly important so that you don't modify their values by mistake in your widgets. In fact, if we follow this architecture, then widgets should only watch state changes as read-only value and should never be allowed to modify them. And instead, it is the job of the controllers to update the state. And as we will see in practice, the only way to update these properties is to use the copy_with method, which will create a clone of our object and only update the values that are given as arguments. And what's also very important is that you always add the equality and hash code implementations, because many state management packages such as Riverpod, Block, and Redux rely on this in order to know if two instances of this class are the same. And we will talk more about this in the next section about testing. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson where I want to make an important change to this class.
Okay. So that's it about this. The next one is here.
As we have seen, our email password signing state class contains a boolean isLoading property that tells us if we are in the process of signing in or not. But as we have discovered, it's better to use AsyncValue for this, because this carries more information about data, loading, and error states. So what we are going to do in this lesson is to update this property to become an AsyncValue, and we are going to change its name as well. And before we do that, we can remove all these methods, since we can easily generate them again after we update our property. And then we are going to change the type of this property from bool to AsyncValue of type void, and we need to import Flutter Riverpod in order to use this. and we are going to call it value instead. And then in a constructor, we can update the name of this argument and give it a default value of const AsyncValue.data with null as an argument. And now that we have updated this, we can select our property and then use the quick fix to add the copy with, toString, and equality operators. And then we can save our file. However, if we go back to our widget class and scroll down to the build method, we can see that we have a few errors because we no longer have a property called isLoading inside our state class. And we have the same problem in multiple places. And rather than refactoring all this code, what I propose we do is to go back to our email password signing state class. And here we can add a boolean getter variable called isLoading, which should just return value.isLoading. And if we save this, we can see that this will make all the errors go away inside our widget class. And in fact, we have only one error left. Because when we declare our state over here, we are trying to pass a constructor argument that no longer exists. And all we have to do to fix this is to remove this argument, since we already have a default value for this. And since we changed the definition of the state class, I think it's best if we hot restart our application. And then we should be able to go back to the signing page, and we should be able to use this page without getting any errors. In summary, what we have done is to update the email password signing state class.
Okay, is it clear? So we replace this, the isLoading. So what, instead of using, he said we can, the copy with and toString, these are generated. We can remove and generate again. It's generated based on your value. So we want to remove this because we want to use the async state. Async value as the state. Async value, and this time is also a void. This is a final property. Oh, and yeah, so it's just a value. And here, we need to import the Riverpod. With this value, we give it change it from bool to async void. Great. And we also want to create a getter, but here's how to use the extension, right? So you can we already have constructor, so if you don't have constructor, when you create data class, it create everything. In this time, we just need to create copy with and create, we don't need JSON toString, and then create equality. So we will see all these will change it. Great. And we have a getter, bool get is loading, which is value dot is loading, right? And there's still one error, which is here, because this class no longer take state as a parameter. We have a default value. The default value is this null.
To store an async value alongside this form type. So let's continue on the next lesson, where we'll create a controller class that can use this.
Okay. Next lesson is here. Implement email. So we are going to create a controller like this. Now that the state is ready, we create a controller that uses it to set the state and call the auth method. So here is how we created a controller. Also extend the StateNotifier, which takes auth and form. Here some method and update form. Pass form type as a provider argument. We can also use .family. Oh, okay, let's listen.
Now that our email and password signing state class is ready to use, we can go ahead and create our controller class. So inside the signing folder, we can create a new file and call it email and password signing controller.dart. And here we can add a class email password signing controller, and this should extend StateNotifier, and we can pass email and password signing state as a type annotation. And in order to use this, we need to import Flutter Riverpod as well as our state class. And then we need to add a constructor since we are extending StateNotifier. And then we need to use the initializer list to call super and pass an initial value for our email and password signing state. And this takes form type and value arguments. And as we can see, both these arguments have default values, so we can omit them if we want. However, suppose that we want to choose which form type to use when we present this page. For example, if we present the page from here, then we want to show the signing form. But if we open the shopping cart and choose the checkout option, then we want to show the registration form instead. So in order to choose which form type to use when we show this page, then we can add a required email password signing form type to our constructor, and then we can pass it along to our email password signing state, like this. And the important thing to remember here is that whenever you extend a StateNotifier, you always need to provide an initial value. And you can do so by defining default values in the constructor of your state class, or adding them explicitly in your controller's constructor, so that you can use them in the initializer list. Next up, let's add a final fake auth repository, since we will use this shortly. And let's also set it in the constructor, like this. And of course, we need to import it if we want to use it. Next up, we need to implement a submit method that we can use to sign in or create an account. And like we have done with the account screen, this should return a feature of type bool, and we can call it submit, and this should take the email and password as arguments, and we should also mark this as async. And then inside the method body, we need to set the loading state. And since our state has type email and password signing state, then we need to use the copyWith method to do this. So over here we can type state equals to state.copyWith, and we can pass a value of AsyncValue.loading, like this. And this will keep the existing form type and only change the value. And if you remember, what we said before is that this state object is immutable, meaning that its properties cannot change. And as you can see, the way to update the state in the controller is to call copyWith and return a new state object that we can assign like this, rather than modifying the existing one. Next up, we need to call the correct method from the auth repository so that we can sign in or create an account based on the form type. And since this will require some conditional logic, I propose that we implement a separate method that returns a feature of type void, and we can call this authenticate. And this will take the email and password as arguments, and then inside it we can add a switch statement on state.formType. And if the form type is signing, then we can return auth repository.signing with email and password, passing these two arguments. And if the form type is register, then we can return auth repository.create user with email and password, and pass this argument as well. And now that we have this method, then over here we can type final value equals to await, and like we have done before, we can use AsyncValue.guard and pass a function argument that calls the authenticate method that we have just created, like this. And the result of this expression will be an async value that will contain either data or error. And we can use this to update our state by calling copyWith, passing this value as an argument. And finally, we can return value.hasError equals to false to tell the calling code if the authentication was successful or not. And this completes the implementation of our submit method.
Okay.
We also want to implement a method that we can use to update the form type, as this is something that we will call from our widget class when we press this button. So over here we can add a new void update form type method, which takes an email and password signing form type as an argument, and then inside it we can type state equals to state.copyWith.
Okay, sorry, we need to stop a bit and just copy this, and you should type and to the controller so that you can follow. We have a submit method, then take email and password. So here when we update state, we say copy with loading, and then you get guard method to call the function, which also catch the value or catch the error, and now you update state again to copy with the value. And here's where we return. It's very similar like the previous one. Here is authenticate function, where we say form type. If we sign in, we call this function. Otherwise, we call it here. It's straightforward. And here is update form. Oh, we haven't used this yet.
The new form type, like this. And this is all the code that we needed to add to create our controller class. And the last thing that we need to do is to create a provider that we will use to access this controller. So let's create a StateNotifier provider.
Here.
And we can call this email parser signing controller provider. And then over here we need to pass email parser signing controller and email parser signing state as type annotations. And we can also pass the auto dispose notifier to make sure that we dispose our controller when we no longer need it. And then inside here we can remove this return statement. And we can type final auto repository equals to ref.watch with auto repository provider. And we can return an email and password signing controller, passing the auto repository as an argument. But as we can see, we now have a problem because this constructor takes a form type, but we don't have access to it inside this provider. However, we already know that we can solve this kind of problem by using the family modifier. So we can add it over here. And the thing to remember about family is that when we use it, we always need to add an additional type annotation, which in this case is email and password signing form type. And as a result, we also get a form type argument over here that we can pass to our email password signing controller, like this. And this completes the implementation of our controller along with the corresponding provider. And as you can see, all this logic is much more complex than the account screen controller that we created earlier on. Because this time we are dealing with more complex state, and we even have some conditional logic to decide which authentication method we need to call. And there should be no doubt that adding this logic inside a separate controller class is better than keeping it inside our widget. And as we will see in the next section, this code is also much easier to test. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson where we will use this controller.
Okay. So we are moving to this one. Use the controller in the widget class.
Now that our controller class is ready, we can use it in our widget class. So let's open the email password signing screen widget. And if we scroll down, we can find this email and password signing contents widget, which is the one that we want to update. And the first thing that we need to do is to convert this class to a consumer stateful widget, which is a class that we need to import from Flutter Riverpod. And this is equivalent to the consumer widget class that we have used before. And as part of this, we also need to update the state class to consumer state over here and over here as well. And now that we have this, we can access.
So the email sign is usually a stateful widget because we have this controller, you see, and node stuff we need to dispose. So this one, why it's called content? Let me see. So we have a screen which is a stateless screen, but here all we have is so we are doing this screen sign in this page. So we have an app bar let me make it smaller. Then, oh, interesting. So this one take a form type, and here is the same here. Okay. So instead of stateful widget, it's consumer stateful widget, I guess. Consumer stateful widget. So okay. So all we need to do is add a consumer here, add a consumer here, and of course extend Riverpod. And from this in the build method here, we will also have access to widget ref and the ref. I'm surprised if you don't add this, you see there's no error actually. So that's okay. No, actually if you add it, there's an error. That's did I miss anything? Let's listen first.
Our provider by using a ref object. So let's scroll down to the submit method, and over here we can remove this to do, and instead we can type final controller equals to ref.read, and we can pass email password signing controller provider .notifier as an argument. And in order to use this, we need to import it. But as we can see, we now get an error telling us that the getter notifier isn't defined for the type auto-display state notifier provider family. And family is the thing that we should pay attention to, because we need to remember that this is a family provider, and this means that we need to pass a form type argument, and we can pass this as an argument over here. And the value that we need to pass is widget.formType, because this is given as an argument in the corresponding widget class over here. So let's get back to our signing method.
Okay, so in the submit, under the dispose submit, I guess we will change this one. This is form key the current validate. Here it will be authenticate, and we get our controller. How do we get the controller of this one? Email sign in. So we say final controller ref.read the provider we are going to read is the email sign in. I will just type email password controller provider. Yes. We need to import this, and this one is a family provider, as you can see. So the type is family, so you need to pass additional parameter, which is form type. But if you see this controller type is the sign-in state, what he means is we see ref.read dot notifier, right? Dot here notifier. So interesting thing is for the ref, once we convert to the consumer stateful widget, we will automatically have this ref, which is understandable. It's like the context. Yeah, you don't have to only get in the build method. you can use you can have access in anywhere within this class. But let's continue. I have some questions.
And now that we have our controller, we can use it to submit the email and password and type final success equals to await controller.submit, passing the email and password, which are defined as getter variables over here. And then we can type if success, and if this is true, then we should call our widget signing callback. And just to be clear, this callback is defined over here inside the corresponding widget class. And in turn, this is passed as an argument by the parent widget class, and it is used to call navigator.pop to dismiss the page. So the outcome of all of this is that if we call this callback over here, then the page will be dismissed if authentication is successful. So as you can see, these few lines of code take care of all the authentication logic for us, and it's easy to see that if we didn't have a controller, then this method would have been a lot longer. And at this stage, you may be wondering if this form validation logic should also not live inside the controller itself. However, I would argue that both this global key and the form state are classes that belong to the Flutter SDK itself, and I prefer for my controllers to be pure and not have any dependency on Flutter. And as long as we can manage to keep anything that does not depend on the UI inside the controllers, then I think it's okay if we have a little bit of conditional logic in the widget. And overall, I think what we ended up with is fairly reasonable. But our job is not done yet, because we still need to remove this state.
So before I continue, let's see what is the controller type. Now it's email password sign-in controller, which is the one we create. Because earlier, if we don't have this notifier, okay, except this, okay, now it's the error. I want to see what's the type of, oh, this one will be the state. Interesting. Yeah, because ref.read, if read a provider without listening to it. See, it depends. So you read counter deploy. So because this one is a state notifier. So when we do read, we need to call .notifier to access the notifier is some will be this type. So the controller now will be the sign-in controller. Okay.
From here, because our goal is to read the state from the controller instead. So let's remove this line, and if we scroll down, we can see that now we have a few errors, and we are going to fix them one by one. And the first thing that I want to do is to fix this update form type method. So over here we can remove this code to set state, and instead we can type ref.read, passing the email password signing controller provider as an argument. And we need to remember that this is a family, so we need to pass widget.formType as an argument and call .notifier, because we want to access the controller and not the corresponding state class. And now that we have this, we can call update form type.
So on the sign-in screen, online update form type, we also need to implement the function instead of using the state. I think, did I miss something?
To set state. And so let's remove this line.
Oh, I see. So in the screen, he removed this line because we don't want to get the state. We want to use the controller, which is a bit confusing. Controller extend the state notifier with this state to be used in the screen. So It's like the middleman between the state and the screen. So we don't have the state here. So what should we do? We will get the controller to call this update function.
If we scroll down, we can see that now we have a few errors, and we are going to fix them one by one. And the first thing that I want to do is to fix this update form type method. So over here we can remove this code to set state, and instead we can type ref.read, passing the email password signing controller provider as an argument. And we need to remember that this is a family, so we need to pass widget.formType as an argument and call .notifier, because we want to access the controller and not the corresponding state class. And now that we have this, we can call update form type, passing form type as an argument. And then we can move over to the build method, where we can also find a bunch of errors. And the first thing that we need to do at the top is to type final state equals to ref.watch email password signing controller provider, passing widget.format. And then we can.
Interesting. So we do this. Remember, it's not list form. We pass our form, that list form is from the pig that is passed as a parameter for this screen. When we navigate to the screen, we will pass a value. So that's why it's widget dot form type. And when we get the controller, then we call the function. We actually don't, Then we call the function, which is controller dot update form type. You can also remove the parameter controller. Just call the dot update directly.
Move over to the build method, where we can also find a bunch of errors. And the first thing that we need to do at the top is to type final state equals to ref.watch email password signing controller provider, passing widget.formType as an argument. And now we can use find and replace on this file to replace all instances of _state with state, because this was the name of the old state variable, and this is the new one that we declared inside the build method. And before we go ahead and replace all instances, let's also make sure to enable this match whole word option, so that we don't replace longer words that contain _state inside them. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply this change. And it new one that we declared inside the build method. And before we go ahead and replace all instances, let's also make sure to enable this match whole word option, so that we don't replace longer words that contain _state inside them. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply this change. And if everything works correctly, then you should see that all the compiler errors have now gone. So we can save our file, because this was the name, is to type final state equals to ref.watch email password signing controller provider, passing widget.formType as an argument. And now we can use find and replace on this file to
I'm curious on this. Find and replace. Here is replace, then you can apply. Okay, good to know. But how do I remove this from here? Error? What's going on?
replace all instances. Let's also make sure to enable this match whole word option, so that we don't replace longer words that contain _state inside them. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply this change. And if everything works correctly, then you should see that all the compiler errors have now gone. so we can save our file. And as you can see, we now get an exception inside this consumer state class, which belongs to the Riverpod package. And that's because we have changed the parent type of our widget class. So what I propose we do is to hot restart the application. And now we should be able to open the sign-in page and get back to our widgets class. And by the way, let me just say that since the previous refactoring step was not easy, I shared a completed code snapshot at the end of this lesson, so that you can get back on track if something is not working for you. But before we wrap up, there is one thing left to do, and that is to show an alert if there are any errors. And we can do this at the top of the build method by typing ref.listen, passing email password signing state as a type annotation, and then we can pass the email and password signing controller provider with widget.formType as an argument. And then we need to specify a function that gives us the previous state and the current state. And we can use this to call state.value.showAlertDialog on error, passing the build context as an argument. And of course, in order to use this, we need to import our AsyncValue extension. And just to be clear, the reason this works is that this value property of the state class is an async value. And for this reason, we can call this extension method on it. And this completes the implementation of the email and password signing flow. And this means that we can go ahead and test all the...
Okay, so here it's very similar like what we did in the account screen. We listen, so which ID, so which parameter we need to pass a type, which is email password sign-in state. And this one will take the email sign-in controller provider. Which is a family, so we need to add a contact, a widget or form type. So if we don't add, let's just see what's the, it will show the error, which is good. It says the argument type of family cannot be assigned. So if the error message is not clear, so sometimes you have to know this. And then we add a listener, which will take two arguments, previous state and current state. And we are not using the previous state, that is why we use this. And what do? We are not doing what they suggest. What we are doing is state dot value dot, and we use our own a show alert on error, and that's it. I guess my concern is often, so I know we need to listen to the sign-in provider, and the provider we are listening, because this provider controls it. But I think the type is often can be confusing to me, because let's say if we don't have the type, does it show error? It doesn't show any error. It seems everything still works. If I say, but I think it's just validation. Oh, we signed, but we can test this by calling the submit function, which is not submitted, it's above submit. And why we still have this? Oh, we can say just slow. Okay, that's fine. Account log out. Okay. Sign in again. Oh, it shows an error here. It shouldn't be this exception. Oh, I forgot the code. In the account screen controller, we have a code to test the error, I remember. I'm sure Android is going to show us soon. I'm just trying to see if no. Okay. Did this work? No. Okay. Let me see. It's just stuck. I will need to hard reload.
Functionality. So as a first step, we can open this page, and as we can see, if we select this secondary button,
It's also testing.
then we can toggle between the two different form types.
Yes.
And this confirms that the update form type method inside the controller is called. And since we use this to update the state, then our widget rebuilds as a result. And we can also try to submit the form when the email and password are empty. And when we do this, we get this error hint in red text. And this confirms that the client validation code works as expected. But the most interesting part is around the authentication logic. So if we enter a valid email and password and try to sign in or create an account, then we can see that we are taken back to the home screen. And we can see from these actions at the top that the authentication state has changed. And from here we can open the account page and sign out again. And then we can get back to the sign-in screen. And the last thing that we need to do is to test that the loading and error states work as well. And to do that, we can open the fake auth repository and modify the implementation of this method. For example, we could copy these two lines from here.
Oh, here. So exception with an error. Okay. So what we do when he was doing it, he actually commented this. So we can just copy here
and paste them in here and remove this content to make sure that we add a delay and throw an exception. And then we can save and control load. And if it
So what we are testing is not the sign out function. We are testing the function of sign in with we don't need this. So here is something we should to test, because this function this function is used in the controller for authenticate, and then it used to submit with the user input for email and password. And this submit function is used in our screen with controller dot submit with email. We test ourselves. log out, sign in, test at test.com. And we get error. Good.
Try to enter a valid email along with the password, and we try to sign in. We can see that now we get a loading indicator, and this is followed by an error.
So, and we also see the loading, so I think we can comment it out.
And this confirms that everything works as intended. Or I should say, almost works as intended, because there is a small bug that we need to address, and I'm going to tell you all about it in the next lesson.
Okay.
In the previous lesson, I told you that there is a small bug that we need to address. So let me reproduce this for you, and then we can try to fix it. And as we have seen, at the moment, this method to sign in with email and password throws an exception after a small delay. And as a result, we get this error alert after we try to sign in. So this is what we expect. However, if we now press this button to toggle the form type, then this error alert appears again. So what is going on? Well, to understand this better, let me open the AsyncValue.guard extension method called showAlertDialogOnError that we had added previously, and put a breakpoint in here. And then I can dismiss this alert and try to toggle the form type once again. And as we can see, our debugger now stops on this line. And if we inspect the local variables, we can see that this state variable is set to this async error value. And as a result, this condition will evaluate to true, and the error alert will show again. And to understand why this happens, we need to open our email and password signing controller class, and then we need to focus on the update form type method. And what this method does is to update the form type, but what it doesn't do is to modify the value. And in fact, this is only set inside the submit method, and it will be set to AsyncValue.error if our authentication call fails. So what is happening is that when we call update form type, then we set the state again, and as a result, then our widget rebuilds, and this listener is called again. And this will show an error because this value still has an error. And at this stage, there are two possible ways of fixing this error. The first one is to go back to our controller, and inside the update form type method, we can make sure that alongside changing the form type, we also set this value to AsyncValue.data with null. And this will make sure that as soon as the listener is called, then here we no longer have an error and the alert won't show. In fact, we can already test this by pressing this button to toggle the form type. And as we can see, we no longer get an error in the debugger, and if we continue running our app, then the alert doesn't show. But there is also another way of fixing this error. And what we can do here is to modify this listener and filter state updates so that we only listen to changes to the async value itself, but not to changes to the form type. And to show you what I mean, I can go over here at the end of this provider, and here I can type .select. And if we hover to reveal the documentation, we can read that this is a method that can be used to partially listen to a provider. And the way it works is that it gives us a function with a state argument, and we can use this to specify which property in our state class we want to listen to. So for example, we can return state, and if we press dot, we can choose whether we want to return the form type or the value. So if we select value, what we are saying is that we want our listener to never be called when the form type changes, because we only care about changes to the value. However, we now get a compile error because the type of this value is async value. And this means that we also need to change the type of our listener to async value as well. And we also need to be a little bit careful here, because this state also has type async value. And this means that we should call state.showAlertDialogOnError directly. And now that we have made this change, we can get back to our controller, And here we can remove this line because it's no longer necessary to reset the async value when we toggle the form type. And that's because our listener will only be called when the async value changes. And this doesn't need to happen when we update the form type.
Okay, it's a little bit complicated here. So we get an error when after we have an error on submit function. It shows up a dialog as we expected, but if we click the button to switch the form, and the error dialog pop up again because the widget is rebuilt, because we changed the form, right? The screen changed, it's rebuilt. So this is triggered again to show a dialog. And a good way to fix is .select. So select will make sure we only listen to one state change, which is the submit, the value, form value change, not the form type change. So .submit, .select, and it will pass a state. And we say state dot value. You have to know what you do. The copilot's suggestion is not correct at all. And so let's see, the select method is a provider's listenable select. It takes function. You see, it's a state. The list state is listening state. Remember, we removed and everything was working, but I guess it's good to have. But if we have this one, not build method, this one, and here we'll see one error. As you see, when we removed, it does not show the error. So we shouldn't say listen type or list. The listen type should be async value. Async value, because here we return the async value. Dot value is async value. As I said, even if we don't have this, we actually get error if you don't have this, because this state, this is async. We say state dot value dot show. So we because this state is already an async value, so we don't need dot value again. We can just call show error, because remember, this one is extension for the async value. So whenever you have async value, you can see dot show error, and we are using to here. The name state here, I feel confusing. For me, I'd like to change to small async value, so I don't have to hover onto the type to hover onto it to check the type. This async. So it gets a name. This is the type of the async value, so it's less confusing. And I guess you see the listen method indeed take a type of T, So it's good to add a type of AsyncValue as well, even though everything will work without it. And this is the provider. So remember, this is actually the state. Select. So we are listening something. Select the state. What do you want? We listen to the state dot value, which is here. If you see, the state has two parameter. One is form type and value. So we say we select value only. We are not listening the form type. That's why here now it's how reload. Now it's working. If I do to say create account, it shows error here. Okay, maybe we need to hard reload. Oh, because I have this. I think to test, we can click sign in and test.com. Password. Sign in. Now we sign in. Oh, we are testing for the let me see, fake auth repository. Yeah, we are testing how it shows the error or not. So we should not uncomment it. Now you go to account, you log out, go to home screen. Now we sign in again, and this time we say test.com and password. So this time we will get an error as expected, but then we say okay. Now we say okay, maybe we should register, and which is good. And it still remembers the email, and we just need to create a password. But again, we will get an error because oh no, we don't have error. That's great. Oh, because we are using the sign in, we are using the create user function, which we didn't throw error, but it means everything works. That's great.
And as a proof of this, we can hot reload, and just to make sure that everything works as intended, we can close this page and then open it again, and then we can enter our email and password. And if we try to sign in, we can see that we get a loading indicator followed by an error alert, because the async value has just changed. But what is really interesting is that if we try to toggle the form type now, we can see that we no longer get the error alert, meaning that this time the listener is not executed at all. And that's because the async value only changes when we try to sign in. And now that we fixed this bug, let me do a summary of what we have learned. And the main takeaway of this lesson is that when we watch or listen to a provider, we can use the select method to decide which property we are interested in, so that we only rebuild our widget or get a listener callback when this property changes. And as we have seen, this is quite handy because this listener only cares about changes to the async value. And now that we have verified that this works, we can get back to our fake auth repository, and then we can remove this line from here. And maybe I'm going to keep the delay, so that we always get the chance to see the loading UI, like this. And if we want, we could add the delay in here as well. In summary, we have now completed the entire authentication flow for our e-commerce app. And since we have made a lot of changes along the way, chances are that something may not be working for you. And for this reason, you can find an updated code snapshot in the resources for this lesson. And by the way, let me point out that while we can now sign in and sign out, there are some things that we could improve, particularly in relation to our routing code. And in fact, in the next few lessons, we'll focus on GoRouter once again and learn how to use it to implement redirects and automatically update the navigation stack when the authentication state changes. Okay, so let's continue on the next lesson.
That's great. Almost finished. So we are going to this lesson, GoRouter. We are going to see the GoRouter redirect.
In this lesson, we are going to learn about redirects using GoRouter. And the main idea behind this is that we don't want users to be able to see certain pages in our app unless they are signed in. And as you can see, over here I have the app running on Chrome and I'm currently signed out. However, if I go to the URL bar and append /orders to the URL, then I am taken to the orders page. And right now, this just shows some fake data, but once we implement this property, we will use this page to show the orders that have been placed by the user. And we should only be able to reach this page if the user is authenticated. So our goal is to use GoRouter to specify a redirect that sends us back to the home page if we try to reach this page when we are not authenticated. And of course, this means that we need to be able to check the authentication state. And this is something that lives inside the fake auth repository, which contains this method that we can listen to if we want to observe auth state changes. Or if we just want to read the current auth state, then we can just get the current user and see if it's null or not. So in the coming lessons, we'll use both of these methods so that you can better understand when to use them to implement some redirection logic. So our first step is to open the app router file, and inside the top level GoRouter object, we can add a new redirect argument, which is a function that gives us a build context and a GoRouter state. And the way this works is that and if we don't want to apply any redirect logic, then we can just return null, which is the default value that is applied if we don't supply a redirect argument. And in this case, GoRouter will work out what route to take based on the state and the definition of all the existing routes. But we can also choose to return.
Let me go back a little bit.
In this case, GoRouter will work out what route to take based on the state and the definition of all the existing routes. But we can also choose to return a path to an existing route if certain conditions are met. For example, over here we could type const is logged in equals false. And this is something that we will update shortly by accessing the auth repository. And then we can type if is logged in. And then if this is true, we can check if the state.location is equal.
Okay, so it takes contact and the state. So here, the state, he gave a note on the screen saying the dot location is removed and we use dot URI dot pass / sign in.
To /sign in, and if that's the case, we can return /, which represents our home page, because there is no reason to open the sign in page if we are already logged in. On the other hand, if we are not logged in, we can use an else statement, and then inside it we can type if state.location equals to /account or state.location equals to /orders, and in this case we should also return /, because our intention is to not be able to visit the account and orders page if we are not signed in. But of course, all this logic depends on this line, which only works if we can read the current user from the auth repository.
So,
and if we want to access the auth repository.
So what he means is, here we need something, a variable, right? We temporarily give the variable here called is logged in equals false, and somehow we will need to get this value, and then we say if is logged in log in. If it's logged in, then we say it's not right. Then we say if the path is sign in, we redirect to home page. Else if state dot URI dot path parent segment. No, this is good code. I think dot raw dot home. Yeah. What he means is state.ui.path equals /account, or don't like this orders. Otherwise, you have to do a lot, right? Yeah. Because it means if you are not logged in and you go to this page, we will take you to home. But actually, since we have the name, we should be able to use the same, but we will just write the same as his. We go to the home page. Okay, so before he show us how to get this value, we can think ourselves. It should from the FigAuth repository, where I think there are two ways. Either we call this function to see to listen the changes, and if it's no, that means we don't have user. We have not used the current user, but this one should not be here. I mean, it's not a value we need to listen, but how do we get this? And we have a provider, so we want to say provider dot auth_king, so we can get this order, a list stream provider, to listen to the auto dispose stream provider value. We will need a ref.listen or watch the auth. So probably we will need to change this into a provider, and then we will have the ref parameter.
Then we need to have a ref object. So what I propose we do at this stage is to create a provider of type GoRouter that we will use to return this GoRouter instance.
Yeah.
So over here at the top, we can add a new provider, and we can call this GoRouter provider, and this will have type GoRouter. And of course, we need to import Flutter Riverpod. And then, rather than declaring a global GoRouter variable like this, we can just return this entire object inside our provider. And we just need to go all the way to the bottom and make sure that we close the provider body correctly. And then we can save. And because now we are inside a provider.
Okay, stop. So final. We see go.
I need your help.
Wait. Do the next homework first. I'm almost done. So we say go router provider, equals a provider which will take the type of Go router, which now we have the ref return. Now what do we return? We are actually returning the whole object. So when we are going to refer to the Go router, we will just say Go router provider instead of final. So we need to import, and now we should have the ref here, right? And I guess would be listen to the value of this. Let me try. It logged me in. It's not going to be a constant value. It's going to be a value we are listening. Will be ref.watch a provider, and this time it will be the auth state change provider. Really? Cannot be sent to now. This is both, so we need to somehow get the value of this. Listenable, okay.
And we can declare a final auto repository equals to ref.watch with auto repository provider. And of course, we can import this. And now that we have our auto repository, then we can delete this code, and instead we can type final is logged in.
Okay, so actually it's not auth provider. It should be the auth repository provider.
So auto repository.current user is not equal to null. So this completes the implementation of our redirect logic. But before we can use this, we need to go back to our app.dart file, because we now have an error over here, since GoRouter is no longer a global variable. However, we can easily fix this by converting this widget into a consumer widget that we can import from Flutter Riverpod. And as usual, we can add a widget ref argument to the build method. And as a result, we can declare a final GoRouter variable equal to ref.watch with GoRouter provider, like this. And we can pass this object to the router config argument of the material app. And at this stage, we can...
Okay, so here we will have the widget.ref. So here it will be to create a value first. GoRouter watch GoRouter provider. This is GoRouter.
And hot restart. Direct logic. For example, we can go to the URL address bar and add /orders at the end. And then if we try to open this page, then we can see that we are redirected back to the home page. And that's because our redirect logic has worked out that we are not logged in when we try to access the orders path, and it has returned the root path instead. And another test that we could do is to try to sign in with email and password. And once we have done this, we can see that we are now signed in. So what we could try to do is to append /signin to the URL address bar, and then we could try to go to this location. And surprisingly, this time we are taken to the sign-in page, which is not what we expected since we had this redirect logic in place. But one important thing that we need to keep in mind is that navigating to a given URL using the address bar is the same as restarting the entire application from scratch. And because we are using an InMemoryStore to store the authentication state, then this gets reset when we restart the app, meaning that we are no longer signed in after changing the URL. In other words, any application state that is not persisted to local storage or some remote backend will be reset when we change the URL in the address bar. And this is something that you want to keep in mind when you work with Flutter Web. And what this also means is that our redirect logic is working correctly, and we can continue on the next lesson.
Okay, what he means is, so we need to test on the web, and there's something still not working properly. But currently we're on here. So what we can do is we can change this into the web, and we can then click F5 to see if it's going to launch or no. I'm not sure if it's not launched. Okay, now it's starting. Let's see if it's launching on the web. I'm not sure if this is the final code because it looks not very good to me. Because and as he said, the sign-in is not going to work. The URL, if you go to the sign-in page and refresh, it's something not working. Because we are using the InMemoryStore, every time when we refresh the page, it goes back to the, it's like rebuild the whole page, and there is something, all the value is reset to null. That's why we, after you sign in and you refresh the page, you are still in the sign in. But before I'm testing, I just want to double check. So this is the end code. So sometimes I use that reference to compare the changes. As you can see on chapter module 13, we generate all the providers instead of creating manually. But it's good to have the experience on creating it manually, so you understand what's going on. So here, let's see. So this is generated, is okay. So return. We also watch this one. Oh, he actually put. I'm not sure if there's any different. Let me see. You put this is login. Oh, no. So what we want, what he's doing is we create a repository on the top, and here we say final is login repository, and we are not using the method here. We call the method onRedirect. So it makes sense because when you call the method onRedirect, then you watch. It doesn't matter. So, but this is cleaner, I think. And then we say path is state, URL path is logged in. So if we sign in, we go home page. Else, if the page here, he only says order and account. But if you are signed in already. It logged in. So if we redirect, return no. So it's a redirect, means if you already sign in, the whole block you are signing in. If you already sign in and your path is not here, right? Else, then if it's account order, what about chart and checkout? I think if I'm sign in and I'm not, this is very confusing code. This goes to sign in, return here. Else, if to account and then orders, also like the compiler like this. Else means you sign in, but it's not on sign in page, and your path is account or order. Why? This is, I think he has some error. Okay, if it's sign in, yeah, this is means if not sign in, will be here. That makes sense. If it's sign in, we return here. If it's logged in, if we are not logged in, now it makes sense. If it's not logged in, okay, so if you are logged in and if you are in the sign-in page, then we want to redirect you to home page. And if you are not logged in, you are in account or order, we also redirect you to sign in, and we don't have this. We only have return to null in the very end. But I'm saying if we are not signed in, we are in other page, like the ID give us the chart. If you are not signed in, you don't have a chart or checkout. It should also redirect to the home page, right? You didn't sign in. You have nothing in your chart or checkout. That's my understanding. Let's keep it for now. Okay, let's continue, and it's almost finished.
In this lesson, we are going to learn about redirects using Go Router. And the main idea behind this is that we don't want users to be able to see.
So, yeah, this one is my video. Where is it now? ChatGPT here. We are finished. The second one is this one. Refresh listenable argument. By default, redirect function is only called when we navigate to a new route. Okay. But if we want to navigate in response to an state change, we need to use this one. It takes listenable, a change notifier subclass, a stream, node about some changes in the API, So we create go route refresh stream.dart, and then you update go router. After this change, the go router should look like this. Here, why we are using the 𝐜𝐡𝐞𝐜𝐤𝐨𝐮𝐭. So we will see. So this stream is a class we created for listening the go router stream, and then we will pass a parameter for a refresh listenable, which will be used here.
In this lesson, we're going to talk about refresh listenable, which is a feature of Go Router that we can use to trigger custom redirect logic in response to a certain event. So let me show you how this works. And the main idea is that here we can specify a refresh listenable argument. And as you can see, this is an object of type listenable. And in Flutter, it is quite common to implement listenable by creating a 𝐜𝐡𝐞𝐜𝐤𝐨𝐮𝐭 notifier, because 𝐜𝐡𝐿notifier itself implements the listenable class. And in our example, we know that the authentication state changes every time the auth state changes stream emits a new value. This means that if there was a way to pass this method to the refresh listenable argument, then we would trigger this logic automatically when we sign in or sign out. So let me show you how we can use this, and then we can see what benefits we get in practice. So as a first step, let's try to pass auth repository.auth state changes as an argument. And as we can see, we get an error telling us that the argument type stream of app user can't be assigned to the parameter type listenable. And this makes sense because refresh listenable was designed to work with listenable objects. But if we look carefully at the documentation of Go Router, we can find this redirection page, which includes a section about refreshing with a stream. And here we can learn about the Go Router refresh stream class, which is used as a wrapper that we can use to work with streams. And just to be clear, this was a class that was included as part of the Go Router package up until version 4. But as we can see from the changelog of version 5, that this class is no longer available. And the migration notes for version 5 tell us that if we want to use this class, then we should copy and paste it inside our code. So let's get back to VS Code and see how we can handle this. And what I'm going to suggest is that inside the routing folder, we create a new file called go router refresh string.dart. And then I'm going to paste the implementation of this class here. And if you are coding along with me, you can find the contents of this entire file in the notes below this lesson. So feel free to copy the code from the notes below.
So in the Go routing, you see here routing, we create this stream. Go router refresh stream dot. I'll just copy this. But it's important to understand, and here we can do this and import this file. Oh, sorry, I should minimize this one.
Paste it in here. And now that we had this, we can get back to our main router, and all we had to do here is to wrap this stream with a go router refresh stream like this, and import this class from the file that we have just created. And as you can see, the error goes away. And for reference, I think it's useful to see how this class is implemented under the hood. And that is by extending a 𝐜𝐡𝐞𝐜𝐤𝐴 and by registering a stream subscription, so that we can call notify listeners every time the stream emits a new event. And this means that you can use ref.listenable to work with streams using this wrapper, or work with listenable directly by implementing your own change notifiers. And as far as we are concerned, this is all we need to do. And to prove that ref.listenable does what it's supposed to do, we can open the account screen file, and then we can locate the logic for signing out. And here we can remove these three lines that call navigator.pop. And here we can remove this logic.
So on the account screen, it means here. Let's try it.
Checking the success status of this call. And since we no longer need to check for it, we can even remove the await keyword.
Ooh.
And then we can open the signout method inside our controller. And we can modify this method to return a feature of type void. And remove this return statement because we no longer care about the result. And then we can test our code. So as a first step, let's try to sign in with email and password. And then we get redirected to the home page. And from here we can go to the account page and try to log out. And as soon as we confirm this, we can see that we are redirected back to.
Okay, let's test it. Sign in. Okay, so it automatically pop out. That's interesting.
Page, even though we are no longer called navigator.pop explicitly. Likewise, we can go back to the email and password sign-in screen. And over here at the top, we can remove this callback that is used to pop the navigation.
So here also a note for myself. If you fork the repo, you don't like the comments, you can delete. But I guess in case I forgot why we are doing this, because I get you to write code like this, right? It's like logic. So that's why it's good to see. I want to say. We here should be go router. We added this listenable in Go router to refresh route when the user sends out. Great. So then you know what is the cleaner code look like. It's okay to be this long. And he said go into the email and the password, which email password sign screen, where we have a callback. In build method with the on sign in. So if user sign in, we pop, because we have this auto redirect. We don't need this.
And then we can save and try to sign in again. So once again, we can enter the email and password. And as we can see, as soon as this succeeds, we get back to the home page. And this proves that our refresh listenable is triggered and the redirect logic is doing the right thing by sending us back to the home page. And as our applications grow in scale, this can be a big advantage, because this means that we can have a centralized place to deal with routing in response to application state changes, and we no longer need to pop the navigator explicitly. And just for clarity, let me go back to the email password sign-in screen. And if we scroll down to the submit method, you may wonder if it's also okay to remove these lines, which are used to call this callback. And also, if we open the controller, would it be okay to return a feature of type void and no longer return the error state? And at this point in time, this is the case, and our application would work just fine.
So on email sign-in controller. So we don't need to call this to
make this change. However, for now we are going to leave this code as it is, because we'll make use of this callback later on when we reuse this signing form in the checkout flows. Okay, so let's go.
So he said we can change this, but but for now, because we are using this into the submit function, we still have this callback, and we may want to use for other logic in the future. So we can keep it.
New on the next lesson.
Okay, the last lesson for this module. Wrapped up.
We have now completed the authentication flows, and we can now sign in and sign out as needed.
Yeah.
And I feel that we have learned a lot of things along the way, including how to create a fake auth repository that uses an InMemoryStore under the hood. And we have also learned about how to work with StateNotifier when implementing controllers, which are the ideal place to hold business logic for updating the state of the widget, as well as calling methods inside our repositories. And we have seen that we can use AsyncValue.guard to simplify our controllers code so that we don't need to use try and catch blocks explicitly. And on top of this, we have learned how to access our controllers inside the widget using ref.read. And we have also seen how to listen to state changes using ref.listen. And we have created a helper method with an AsyncValue extension that we can use to show an alert dialog in a consistent fashion across all screens in the app. And finally, we have learned about redirect and refresh listenable, which are two useful Go router features that we can use to update the navigation stack in response to application state changes. And most important of all, we have managed to complete an entire feature by working on one layer at a time. And of course, we have covered a lot of ground, and if there are any concepts or steps that are not entirely clear at this stage, then feel free to ask questions. In any case, we'll build more features in our e-commerce app in the coming sections, and that will be a good opportunity to get more practice and cover some things in more detail. And just like I did in the previous sections, I have prepared some homework for you, and that is to grab the starter project for this section and see if you can re-implement the entire authentication flow without watching any of the videos. And if you need a little extra help, don't forget that all the lessons include a link that you can use to check all the code changes that we have made. And I think that completing this exercise will really help you to better understand all the material that we have covered. And once again, you can ask questions if needed. Okay, so that's all for now, and we can continue on the next section where we will learn how to write automated tests for some of the code that we have written.
Okay, that's great. Yay! So if you have been also learning and coding along on this very long module, and congratulations, and give yourself a thumbs up. It's a lot of topics that we covered, very long module, and it's not easy to keep learning in this world. And I think whoever watching the video is doing great, and yeah, but happy learning, and yeah, I hope everyone can, I don't know how to say. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, because what I see is if the subscriber is very low, and this video usually not showing up when people type for Flutter course, and on the YouTube or other results, it's very rare to have a free high quality intermediate level Flutter course. So you found this one, which is really good, and you follow, and I'm very happy to share the course for free, and to learn together. And yeah, so and also if you know anyone maybe interested in learning more about Flutter, you can recommend them my video too. And going forward, with more subscribers, and I plan to create more video, a different type after we finish the course. And I have other course, and we have this course 1, there's course 2 for the Firebase, there's course 3 for production. Yeah, so there's a lot more coming, and there's a lot of tutorials we can do together. And again, thank you. Also, I have other plans. When we get more subscriber, we can organize some live stream events, and we can invite some speakers to give us talks on different topics, and with more people in the group, we can help each other more. So what I want to create is this global learning community, because it's not that easy to keep learning. If I just watch video on my own, I'm probably not going to do this fast or this efficient. But if I know someone else is taking the same course, learning, so it helps, right? And you can also ask questions. And please, if you have any questions, suggestion, comments, please leave in the comments in the video, and I will check. And again, thank you so much, and see you next time. Bye bye.